Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. It is Capital Preservation Friday. My name is Jim Kegney, and I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchard, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, all.
Wow, markets continue to just fall out of bed. We'll see if the bleeding stops today, and there's an awful lot of news to talk about overnight, so let's get right to it.
All right, so we have the White House blocks NVIDIA China chip sales. So the White House has told NVIDIA they cannot sell their latest scaled down AI chips to China, the B30A. So despite the fact that Trump kind of hinted that they might allow them to do that, they have changed their mind and they are not going to allow them to do that, though NVIDIA is still working on tweaking the design, hoping the administration will change its mind. We have the crypto bear market wipes out almost the entire 2025 value increase. So at its peak, the total market value of all cryptocurrencies touched a record of 4.4 trillion with a T, but the 20% decline since leaves this asset class up just a modest 2.5% for the year. And we have Bitcoin falling 8% so far this week, putting it on track for its worst weekly performance since March. It is down again this morning. And then you and I talk often about, or we've said, are we going to get this October jobs data or not? And apparently, we are going to get the October data, but it is going to be a complete disaster of a report. So I'll tell you why. Because, okay, so you have employers often retain their payroll data and they report it themselves online. So they're hoping that they have still continued to do this, even though the BLS is not there. But the other half of this is a survey, right? So they have to track down all these workers, call them, and over the phone. And obviously, this is going to be a mess because most people aren't going to remember exactly what their data was. They're not going to have, or have to recall what their employment status was for a particular week. So we are going to get the data, but I would not put any faith in it whatsoever because it's all on a hope and dream. Next, we have Musk gets his 1 trillion with a T payday on Tesla. That said, he's got a lot of big hill he needs to climb. So first, he needs to expand Tesla's market value to 8.5 trillion from the 1.44 trillion that it is right now. And during this meeting, after they said he gets his pay package, Musk kind of responded to investors with some wild claims about Tesla. First, we're going to have Tesla's humanoid robot will be able to perform surgery beyond human levels. It said that its car business has not been doing so well, so they aim to ramp production back up roughly 50% by the end of 2026. And he also said that Tesla's robot Optimus is going to play a big role establishing bases on the moon and Mars. So that is what he has promised the board. Moving on, if you are flying anytime soon, bad news. The U.S. airlines have begun to cut some flights where they've cut 3% of flights so far. Starting today, that number likely could go up if you're an international flyer. You are spared from this. They are not cutting any international flights, but just be aware if you have to go to the airport, I would suggest heading there early, particularly if you're in one of the top 40 markets. And last but not least here, I know often traders don't really listen or care that much about macro markets, but I have been talking about this all week. right? There is funding stress in the markets. This is forcing market makers to drain liquidity off the riskiest and frothiest assets. That's meme stocks, crypto, tech stocks, right? And the shutdown has also made it worse by curbing TGA flows. This is draining liquidity from the market. And I've mentioned this in the morning and in the afternoon. So it's really helpful to understand, even if you don't care about the macro, exactly what kind of environment you're operating in as you're trying to trade these markets. We had even Goldman Sachs, which I talked about on Monday morning, said that in all scenarios, CTAs were going to be sellers this week, and all of this stress in the market could force them to reduce exposure by 32 billion, and even gave a target for this week at 66.79 for the S&P 500. So again, I know you guys don't always like to listen to me, but it really does help to know what kind of environment you're operating in. And that is all for me on that.
Everybody is listening to you. There's nobody that's not. So we we appreciate that. Yeah, Tracy, it's like it's a weird kind of day. It's like, we're down big on the stock index futures still, right? It's still going, it's going down. I'm yelling timber, right? But if you look, metals are up pretty much across the board. Crude's kind of, I don't know, holding its own, I guess, at a 50, almost a 60 handle, maybe. You have the Bitcoin is right at that 100,000 level. That's not looking too rosy either. So there's some risk off there. The dollar index is kind of, and I'm going to talk about this more with Blake in a minute, but the dollar index is kind of, settling down a little bit, but not really retracing any huge amount as well. And then the treasuries, the bonds are, where are we at the bond? The bonds are at a 117.05 right now, and those aren't moving either. So it's kind of a weird thing where you've got Bitcoin and you got the equity market just saying, no, no, we're taking money out. I don't know if the money's going in people's pockets or not, but it doesn't seem like it's been kind of directed anywhere else, and unless I'm missing something.
No, yeah, I mean, again, all of this stress in the markets, the TGA flows not providing liquidity. This is forcing people out of the market makers and CTAs. And so, the more the market pulls back, the more they're forced to sell, right? And so that is kind of just the environment we're working on. Now, as soon as, QT stops, and Williams yesterday was saying really they need to add more liquidity to the markets, which sounds like some sort of QE they want to do. So they know that there's stress in the markets. So as soon as those flows come back, as soon as the government opens and the TGA account starts draining again, then we'll probably be back to the normal grind higher markets. But until then, we're just in a different market environment.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Fed folks who are out speaking, they're all over the map. I mean, Jefferson this morning said the Fed still has a lot of data on the economy despite the shutdown. And then he goes on to say differences of opinion at the Fed are a healthy thing. So they're trying to, he's trying to calm things down.
Yeah, I think so. Because we had Goolsbee be very hawkish yesterday. We had Williams now very dovish, saying we need to, throw more liquidity at this market. They want to shorten the duration of what they are holding. And so when that all happens, again, like I said, markets will react in kind and will probably be back to the normal grindy higher.
Yeah, and then one last thought, Shai, that I thought I was going to ask you about. I mean, I've been talking about this all week. I'm going to keep on talking about it over the next couple days. It's that ultra low sulfur diesel heating oil contract. This is just ripping higher, and this is directly impacting the supply chain. We were talking about
Correct.
cargo ships, we're talking about trucks, we're talking about trains. They all use this fuel. And it's just, an 18% increase over a few days is a big deal unless I'm being paranoid. What do you think?
No, absolutely. And we're seeing this globally. We have a diesel shortage globally. So this is affecting every country as well. And so that exacerbates the situation when it's not just solely in the United States. This is a global problem. And so those costs are going to go higher for, all the goods that we import.
Yeah, Dr. Copper is out. Heating oil is in for my gauge of the global economy now.
There you go.
Anyway,
I like it.
Tracy, thanks for this morning. We had a great week. I will for sure talk to you later on this today. In the meantime, though, have a great weekend.
All right, you too.
All right, we have our special guest with us this morning, live from somewhere way out on the West Coast, Blake Morrow. Blake Pipzar, how are you, man?
Hey, good morning, Jim. TGIF and good morning, traders.
Man, I'm sorry about that. I did a tweet. I messed up my tweet last night about you being on the show. I didn't put the Twitter handle in, but we'll make up for it today, and we'll throw it in the chat.
It's all good. Thank you very much for having me here.
No, no, my pleasure, man. I know it's very super early for you. We got a lot of stuff to cover and not a lot amount of time, so let's get right into it. I just popped up a dollar index chart up on the screen really quickly here, and let's start with the dollar because we broke out pretty decisively to the upside really over the last 7 days or so, and we're retracing a little bit, but still the dollar is super strong. What are the dynamics here?
Well, the dollar is actually being pulled down today towards the early October highs. It was like the breakout point.
Yeah.
It's been pulled down, as this shutdown lingers on. And as long as it continues to ripple through the U.S. economy, I think that's what's stopped the dollar. Actually, the dollar did stop. Speaking of which, its rally stopped dead on the 200 DMA this week, and that's a level that you had some economists that were getting pretty bearish. The euro, I think, positioning kind of flipped towards dollar bullishness, and then as soon as everybody started getting a little hyped up on the dollar stopped on the 200 DMA. However, I don't know if the dollar's done yet. We're probably within, I would assume, and this is tough thing about assuming in this situation, that we are within a week, if not a few days from the government shutdown ending. I would assume, because the voices are getting really loud. You're getting people that are not getting paychecks. You got air traffic that's going to be cut a little bit just ahead of the holidays. People are going to start to get pretty vocal. So I'm assuming that some sort of, if not kicking the can down the road,
Yeah.
some sort of patchwork to the
Yeah.
budget is going to be done, which might allow the dollar to actually break out. So the dollar's in a really interesting position as of right now, and plus we've got some conflicting data. You looked at the ADP data came in better than expected. The ISM came in still in expansionary territory, although the employment index inside of the services ISM came in a little weaker, but it still beat expectations.
Mhm.
But you look at the challenger, the layoffs, and that number is getting that number is a little scary from
Yeah.
a jobs picture point of view.
Yeah, I mean, the government shutdown, let's just talk about that for another minute. I mean, if people are going to start showing up with pitchforks and torches
Yeah.
in DC right now because it is frustrating, especially you're canceling flights. We're coming into the holiday season. These folks at TSA, they're all working for free. I mean, there is a lot of stress being built up right now. I would not be surprised if we had some sort of compromise as early as this weekend. So I'm agreeing with you there.
Yeah, and it's a tough market, and I was talking with Pax, ahead of the show, and in the green room, if you will, and it's tough. You don't really want to be short equities. You don't want to be short the dollar. The flip side is, nothing gets done this weekend. We might see a continued bleed lower in equities and the dollar. So,
Yeah.
I you know I- we have a well, you guys have a trading show, Ninja Trader Live. Do we have a moment for me to say something about some comments you and Tracy were making just moments ago?
Yeah, we for sure.
Okay, all right. Well, I want to. Something struck a nerve with me. that Tracy was like, well, I know a lot of you guys don't like macro stuff, and you're like, no, everybody's listening. The fact of the matter is, macro and the drivers behind what you see on the charts and what you see in price can really have a huge impact, especially if you're dealing in currencies. Maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive to currencies because when certain things are happening, like let's say a government shutdown or positioning, or let's say there's a big infrastructure spend from defense for European countries, it's going to have an everlasting impact, and that's when technicals don't really even matter. I traded with a lot of great traders out of New York and Greenwich for many years on a prop desk in a live environment, and with some of the best traders that I feel that are some of the best in the world. And they were the ones that really told me, hey, look, when the market has a reason to be moving, your Fibonacci levels, your trend lines, your support and resistance levels, they don't really matter. The market's going to drive right past them, and they're going to be like speed bumps in the market. That's why I always take into account what the underlying macro reason is for a move, and my technicals give me that confirmation. So it's kind of like getting conviction, when having conviction in the market. And when I have conviction, that's when I can size up in the market, and that's when I make the most money that I make in the markets, because I can tailor my technical levels to reduce my risk to the best I can possibly do, and I can size up my positions because I know I have some macro driver driving that trade in one direction or another.
Yeah, yeah, that's I hear you, man. I'm with you on that. I've been involved in the currency markets for a long period of time also, and we just recently added the 6E to our Ninja Trader Cup Challenge
Nice.
as a eligible market to trade. So that's how important. That's how seriously we take it. It's the futures on the future side of things. I'm a super fan on the super, obviously on the future side, and the currency pairs there, a lot of them are liquid. A
Yep.
lot of them are tradable, and not only do they chart technically well, but they also move according to the macro stuff that you guys are stressing. But it's a little bit more difficult because you have two sides of the you got two different sovereign nations with two different levers, stress points, and policies that you got to kind of figure out and weigh against each other. So it does take that focus on the macro side.
It really does, and that's why I think maybe it's a little bit more market dependent. But like I said, I'm a little bit more sensitive as a currency guy to the macro drivers in the market because they tend to establish the trends, and then we as technical traders, we just latch onto the trend at certain technical levels that we can see as the best risk
Yeah.
reward in the markets. But anyway, I just a little.
Yeah.
Just a little trading tip in the morning. Never hurt anybody, right, Jim?
Oh, I know. I'm constantly listening, learning. I send Shy like a million text messages, like in a 24-hour period. You know, try to get some intel. Let's kind of though pivot toward the British pound
Yep.
because I think that Bank of England they had a pretty close vote. I think it was 5-4 in favor of unched. They didn't change their key rates, as I recall. And the market. I'm pulling up a chart right now. Tried to rally a little bit, but we're kind of just stuck below that 8 EMA right now.
Yeah, the thing about Sterling is Sterling, I think, was a victim of positioning. I think most traders have been really bearish Sterling going into this November budget. You got taxes that are on the rise for UK residents. Sorry for those of you that live in the UK. I can feel your pain right now.
Yeah.
You've got taxes on the rise. You got Reeves trying to finagle a budget, which everybody's pretty bearish on the UK economy, regardless or because of that. Excuse me. The fact of the matter is, like I said, I think positioning was skewed a little to the short side. So Sterling's made a bit of a recovery, but we're coming right up into resistance. I don't know if I'd be chasing it up here, especially knowing that the dollar could really reciprocate should the U.S. Government reopen. You're going to see Sterling, being slapped down as a victim to dollar flows, as it is a big part of the dollar index as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of adding some lines here really quick. We just had the short-term sell-off. This was like a 3-week almost sell-off here in the pound. And you see this kind of hope, right? Some buyers are coming in, but we're stuck at a 23.6% level right now, and it's just a measurement, right? Fibs are just a measurement of distance, but it's not in my mind. They are targets, but how far and how strong is this turnaround based on how where we came from? And right now, it's not very far.
No, it's not very far, and we call that a shallow retracement. So, like if you look at like the downtrend that you've seen, we're getting this shallow bounce. That usually is a symptom of just a really strong trend. So if we can't really overcome that resistance level that you're showing, that's again, suggesting that we got a pretty shallow 38% retracement, which tends to mean that should the dollar strengthen, should sterling come back under pressure, you're probably going to see it trade into new trend lows. And the way, again, this is where spot currency trading for me comes into play. I tend to trade a lot of, and I happen to be long the euro sterling, which means that I'm long the euro over sterling. And
Yep.
it's actually broken into a new multi-year kind of range and through the highs. So that means it's outperforming sterling as a whole. So, and by the way, when you're talking FX, that's one of the most liquid currency pairs in the FX space is the euro versus the sterling. It's top seven, if not top five.
Yeah.
So I still like the sterling to the downside, even if it's not against the dollar, it's against the euro, and that I happen to be long. So there you go.
All right, there you have it. Oh, well, let's pivot a little bit. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go to bonds? Do you want to go to equities?
I'd love to talk about equities a little bit here. The equity markets I think are really at a very pivotal level. I have displayed since 2020. Can you get me to the 2022 lows? Is that where I'm a little? Yeah, just kind of like zoom out
Oh,
there a little bit.
2022, you said, right?
Yeah, I'm talking long
Yeah.
term because this is
Yeah.
a very important level that we're at.
All right,
Um,
let's see here. You know what? I'm going to go to a weekly. That might be a little bit easier.
there you go. And actually you can now zoom in, right? Um, yeah, well, I'm trying to look at your
Yeah,
I
no,
still
let me
see
catch up here.
little
Let me catch
numbers.
up
Okay.
here. So this low right here is at, come on, mouse. My mouse is freaking out here. This is the 2023, so I got to go
Yep.
back a year, and then let's go. I think I found them. I think this is where you're talking about October of 2022.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so what we have is we have five waves up. And from an Elliott wave point of view, if you look at that low, and yeah,
Yep.
you go from that
Okay.
low to the next major high, which would be, shoot, I have to do it on my charts too. Um,
So
you
I'm
do it
I'm gonna just kind
from
of just do a rough one,
Yeah, yeah. That's one. There's
two.
two. Three is the long, very, very long move. Then you had Liberation Day. That's four, and then five is somewhere up here. So when you're from an Elliott wave point of view, this is a fifth wave. I've been looking for a top over the last roughly month. Now, if you zoom in, and I'm not going to make you do this, Jim, and really freak your mouse out, but if you look from a like the last I guess we'll have to go back from the end of July, so basically August 1st. We had this like nice ascending channel. We're basically we went over the top of it. We call it a throwover for those of you that are technical buffs. You do a throwover, which means that it's a false breakout of a rising channel in this case. Yeah, so there it is. And see that little peak above the highs?
Yeah.
Yeah, last week, right. That's a throwover, and that throwover suggests there is going to be a reversal. Now, what's also interesting, Jim, is this last wave, like wave 4 to 5, that's 161% extension. So it's the golden Fibonacci
Yep.
ratio. For anybody that ever does Fibonacci's, that is the level. And so that was like the sell level, if you will, was last week. But if we break through this channel support, let's say, the shutdown doesn't really even, we never get past it. Or let's just say the market doesn't care. The market starts looking at the labor market and you start seeing a bit of a sell-off here. I know we're getting into that period where I think we're at a very a pivotal level for the market. So for me, what I'm looking for on the cash market is about 6650 roughly in the S&P. In your December contracts, let me see, or I have the continuous in front of me. I would say somewhere around the lows that we saw back in October, somewhere below that level. Things are going to get really dicey for the market should we break it. So I'm a little concerned with equities here. I'm concerned with valuations. I'm concerned with some leadership. You look in Nvidia. Nvidia is not looking great.
Yeah.
Um, Microsoft has this big double top developing. So there's a few like big names
Yeah.
that don't look fantastic, and I think we all need to be cognizant of that because I like to think about what the repercussions are, especially from a currency point of view. You start to see a reversal in the equity markets that might translate into yen strength, that could translate into dollar strength, that could translate into Swiss franc strength.
Yeah.
It could translate into gold strength.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that could happen here.
Yeah, on this weekly chart, we have this channel that you just, by the way, we're good doing this on the fly. You have this
Yeah,
channel.
you're doing a great job.
We have this channel. We have this nice trend channel, right? And remember, this is a weekly candle, so we're talking August all the way up to here. And a lot of times, I like to, when we have strong trends, either up or down, I like to look for what's called turnaround dojis. And I made that up. I'm sure there's a technical term for them, but it's when there's a doji that it's a small body candle and you have decent sized wicks on the top and the bottom, and it's above the latest price. When I see those, I see a pause, and I'm thinking a potential turnaround. That's why I'm calling them turnaround dojis. And in my playbook, this is a perfect one last week.
Yeah, or we some of us like to call it an evening star formation. It's a good technical reversal formation. Let's just make it real simple for people, Jim. It doesn't look good if you're a bull. It's not a bullish signal, and you can slap a bunch of different names on it. Whether you're talking about a channel and throw over, you got a great candlestick setup that looks ugly. I mean, heck, if we close at the lows. And I know we have a government shutdown. Things could get patched up.
Short into the weekend, knowing that
No,
there's something could happen on Saturday.
not me. Cash is a position in this type of situation. I
Yeah.
don't know about you guys. I've had a decent week. I'm not willing to wreck it on a Friday, as I think PAC says it's capital preservation Friday. I'm down with that saying.
No, I hear you. No, it's funny. Our next segment is called Capital Preservation, and I'm not sure if the folks at Mission Control spelled capital the way they did intentionally, given the drama going on in DC. But anyway, inside joke, everybody. All right, so equities, I agree, doom and gloom. So let's shoot over. What I don't know. I don't know. Let's shoot over to the Treasury bonds. This is kind of my go-to market. I know Delhi's go-to market, and we kind of look at it for signs of. I think this market it's forward-thinking. It's smarter than the other markets. It moves ahead of time and gives you some tells right now. But right now, I'm seeing all of these moving averages just kind of, they're all converging, tangled in love, suggesting maybe some sideways behavior here going forward. Yields are over 4.67, I think, this morning. Can't remember exactly. And this is the long end of the curve. I got my eye on this. Are we going to continue this huge sell-off that we started here on FOMC day, or is it's going to normalize, and then the appetite for 30 years going to be modest?
Yeah, Jim, I tell you what, if you ever had a long drawn out conversation with any bond trader, they tend to be the smartest people in the room type of people. One of my buddies, Kevin Ferry, who used to be on CNBC every day with Becky Quick and Joe Kernan for like 20 years in the morning. I actually just was in his neck of the woods in Napa last week. And you have a conversation with that guy, and it's like you blow your mind, right? So when you're looking at the 30-year, I agree with you. This is the market that kind of it has the spidey sense, if you will, and I look at it like you. I think it's really technically not the cleanest chart to look at. But at the same time, we got a lot of support here right around, and I'm looking at futures. So yeah, I mean, where you're at, like the 116,
Yeah.
116 level, really, really
Yeah.
big level in the 30
Yeah.
year, in the ZBs. And I know positioning's pretty rich on the short side. So it's hard to be short. And if you start to see this thing, get back above 120, resume that uptrend, I think that's going to be a bigger signal of worse things to come in equities, if you will.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, thanks for your insight on that. Everybody, I've cut and paste Blake's X handle in the chat. He's a great follow. He's got a great knowledge base on all these markets, and you're up early working hard for us. Blake, greatly appreciate you being here with us this morning, man.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And I love what you guys do here at Ninja Trader. So, Ninja Trader Live. So, thanks for having me. Take care, TGIF, and trade safe, everyone.
Awesome, man. You have a great weekend.
Thanks. You too.
All right, it is time. It is time, I believe. Let me double check here. I think it's time for Capital Preservation Friday here with the one and only Pax. Let's do it. Pax,
Am I here again?
you are here again, brother. How you feeling?
Who do I got to talk to about not going on after Blake anymore? Blake cannot be in front of me. I got nothing to say. He said it all. He said everything I wanted to say. It's over. Have a good day, everybody. Good weekend.
I don't,
Seriously, I see
I-
things the exact way he does too, and almost to the price. 66.58 in the S&P is the quarterly pivot, 66.50. And this is in a swing level. This is a buy the breaks until we take out 66.58. After we take out 66.58, we'll be trading much lower very quickly. It's I'm not much of a currency trader, but listening to his view on the currencies is always really good too. Plus, he's always so cheerful in the morning. TGIF, I'm sitting here thinking, God, I need another shot of espresso in my coffee, and he's just so happy and perky. I love listening to him, and there's a little bit of Elliott wave in the way that I look at the markets too. So it's always interesting to talk to a waver.
Yeah, no, he's great. The currency traders, these guys, they say, well, the currency markets are the biggest markets in the world every single day. And it is true. I mean, the over-the-counter stuff is, wildly popular, and the futures markets are wildly efficient and, the best place to be, in my humble opinion. So these guys have this experience because it's two-sided trade, right? What's going on in Great Britain? What's going on in the US? What's going on in Japan? What's going on in the US? So it's a two-sided, it takes some brain power. Ooh.
It's never, yeah, it does, and never. I don't know. I think the bane of my career is that I never really took the time to understand how to trade currencies, I never took the time. I've always been too busy kind of either, just trading the indices or, and then on the screen, just, developing my process and refining it through the years and then working on myself. I never really learned how to trade options, and that doesn't bother me too much. And I never really learned how to trade currencies. That does bother me because the correlated, the currencies, run the indices and run the capital flow all the way through. So I really would like to have a better understanding. So for those of you guys that are younger, younger traders that are looking to find your way, spend some time learning. You don't necessarily need to trade currencies, but spend some time understanding, just understanding them, understanding Forex markets.
Yeah, another thing to remember is, a lot of the commodities we trade, let's take gold as an example. We trade gold based in US dollars, but there's folks that trade gold based in Japanese yen. There's
Yes.
folks that trade gold based on,
Yes.
and Swiss franc. So there's a global perspective there that sometimes we forget about.
100%. 100%. If you're watching the gold yen market, if you're watching that market going into, I think it was August of 24, when the dollar yen or when the yen carry trade started to devolve, which I think could be happening again, it's telegraphed through different markets like that. And you really have to be paying attention to it. Yeah, that's a very, very excellent point.
Yeah. Anyway, well, we'll see what happens today. Unfortunately, I have to say, I think this government shutdown, if there's a resolution, it might actually lift some of these asset prices once that happens.
Well, that's what Blake and I were talking about in the green room before we came
Yeah,
on is that unless you're short from the right spots, and Monday's opening range would have been that spot,
yeah,
um, 6409-ish, I mean 6904-ish.
yeah.
Unless you're short from the right spots, and even then, I think you have to take the money off the table coming into the end of the week. And if you're long, I mean, you have to be long right. If you're buying these dips, boy, I mean, you really have to buy them right. Otherwise, you're going to get you're running the risk of it just rolling over. 6658 is a quarterly pivot, and that's the price that you really have to pay attention to in the S&P. I mean, I really haven't done much this week. I missed the best trade of the week, which was Monday, um, when we were doing the contest, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday also good opening range trades. But I don't know. The swing is the next swing is taking shape, and we get two closes below 6658. Then that's going to change the swing here, and the capital flow and the order flow and everything is going to be directed towards the downside because underneath 6658, everything is negative for the quarter. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this market trades out and trades out the week and what happens with the government shutdown. And does it at this point, does that even have that big of a positive effect? I know it does in certain, I mean, on the market, I know that obviously it will in a lot of individual lives, but will it have that big of effect in the markets? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm
Dude, there's
not
they're
real
they're
sure.
like the airports are. I mean, they're cutting flights like left and right,
You know,
and that's not going to get better. They better not mess with my Vegas F1 trip. I got 2 weeks to resolve this thing, and I'll be super pissed off if they mess that up.
getting that Chevy Citation of yours and drive across the country.
That's a 3 day. That's either a young man's all-nighter or a 3 day, Hampton Inn special.
Oh, no, thanks. That's my idea of camping. That's what my kids say. Dad's idea of camping is a Holiday Inn Express.
Oh, I know. If it doesn't have, I can't take Mrs. Keggs unless it's got a glass shower door. You can't have a curtain.
Oh, that's a good rule of thumb. But does it have a glass shower door, honey? Yes. Okay, it's okay.
Oh my
I am
God.
bougie. Last night, my kids all tease me about being so bougie. And last night I had dinner with my oldest daughter. Genevieve is 28, and she's just Genevieve is just so smart. And I have such a good time talking to her, and we really have a lot of fun. So we went to Alina's on Grand Avenue, which is like Carbone in New York. It's
Yeah.
the same menu. So we're talking. We got up and we're leaving, and I'm wearing a nice pair of shoes. I'm wearing a nice outfit. Everything looks right and fitted. And she looks at me and she said, "I got to take a picture of you." What do you mean you got to look at you, Dad? What do you mean? Where's our dad with the Irish cap turned backwards and and the sweats? You look so bougie. I said, "What does that mean? I look rich." Yeah, you look rich. I said, "Okay, and fashionable." All right. So what do you want to take a picture for? I'm sending it to my brothers and sisters so we can all make funny.
Oh man. No, there's no fun there. You're a fashionable dude, that's for sure.
Yeah, my kids don't want to see that shit. I don't know. I don't know what
But
they want to see.
wait, you're not a grandfather yet, right?
No,
Just
no.
check. Just
Talking
check.
about that last night too.
Yeah. Well, I have two boys. I'm not either, and I just keep telling them, get busy. What are you
Yeah.
doing? Just
Yeah, I'm not looking to be 80 years old, and I want to be 80 years. I want to be throwing a ball around with a grandson before
Yeah,
before my arm falls off.
I know, I know, I know. In any event, let's pop up some charts here. Let's do some PAX charts first. We'll throw up the E-mini S&P just so everybody could kind of get a feel for what you're talking about here. I have that red line, that orange line. I don't know what color it is. It's 66.58. That is the quarterly pivot. And just by casual observation, it looks like we're driving toward that. We still have that 50 EMA we got to get through to get there, but it's not too far. When you first mentioned it, I was like, oh, forget about it. We're not getting there, but you never know.
Oh no, we're just right at this point, we're a stone's throw away from it. And, the Nasdaq is, remember the Nasdaq, everybody is 24,568.
And let me make sure I got that in my chart. Yep,
Yeah,
there it is. 24,568.
yeah.
That's also in play right now. We got that 2,500 level still. Christian at Trading Boxes threw that out last night, and he said, he goes, will we tap 25,000 before a bounce? And I wrote him back. I go, what bounce?
See, I was talking to a trader yesterday who waited all day long to get long at 67.70. I just don't understand why people want to play bounces or trade bounces when you can trade with the momentum of the market and catch bigger sweeping moves with less, I don't know, less outlay or really kind of less work. Yesterday's opening range was 68.11. So, I'd rather be short at 68.11 and take profit at those 15 handle rotations yesterday and stay on the right side of the market and add underneath there, than pick a falling knife. That's the way that I trade because I'm not a good reversal trader
Yeah.
too. I mean,
Well, but so that doesn't that make what happens during the opening range and the initial balance so important for today?
yeah, especially today. So, who knows what's going to happen? I can't imagine. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Jimmy, we talked about the long-term upside target. We talked about it Wednesday. Long-term upside target in the S&P for me is 69.80. And 69.53.75 is the high. So is that close enough? I mean, you're 25 points away. I think in the long run, that's close enough. 69.53.75 is a good enough high. So now that this market is underwater and it's under pressure, and the only thing that bothers me is that everybody is bearish. I don't like crowded trades.
Yeah.
But everyone's starting to get bearish. But this is really, I've said this. We've talked about it on the show. Yeah, I've said this for the last month and a half, that these charts look like 1999, and one of the fourth quarter of 1999, and one of the things that was, or even the fourth quarter of oh my God, what year? 21. When we rallied up to 48.08 and then broke. So I mean, I think that we see this sort of volatility until the end of the year, where we break, a couple percent, rally back, bounce a little bit, get everybody back sucked in, and then in the beginning of the year, or towards the end of the year, we start to break and have some serious downside price action to where the every rally is to be sold. This is just one big trade. This
I mean,
is
I just did a really rough measurement from our peak high to where we're trading at right now, and we're down about 3.38%. That is surprisingly small to me, given how the chart looks. I mean, that's not a 10%,
No.
15%, 20% retracement. It's 3.38%. It doesn't sound that big.
No, and none of this is here. Let's see. Let's go 69. Let's do this real quick. 69.53 to 60.10. It's 13%. So 13% down to July's, or the third quarter's quarterly pivot was 60.10.
Okay.
So that's 13% away in just a couple of months.
Wait, you're saying 60-10, right?
Yeah, 60.10.
Yeah, that's way down here.
Yeah, it's way down there. So we take out 66.58 and we close below that a couple times. The next swing is completed at 60.10. That's 13% away. I mean, just think about, I don't know. I mean, we've come so far so fast that we can fall apart so far so fast. By the way, 60.10 would also be oh no, it's from the high. That would be the first limit. 13% is the second limit. 7% is the first.
7, yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's a crazy thing to think about.
But also the other stat that kind of wrapped around my head is, right now for this quarter, for Q4, we are pretty much unchanged. There's ROI is zero for
Right.
a long-term equity investment. It's at zero. This market made nobody any money who was just holding it. If they bought it October 1st and they look at their unrealized P&L right now, it's zero.
Exactly right. We close below 66.58, it'll be negative.
Yeah.
And every fund in the world is looking at it. Every bank in the world is looking at it. Every institutional investor, every HFT, and every algo are looking at these levels. And the levels to listen to be here. Um, just very simply put, okay, 66.58 is my quarterly pivot for my work. But now you just want to, what Jimmy's talking about is you just want to use the opening print in the extended hours in the S&P, and that's 67 quarter. So the quarter opened at 67.25, and if you're looking at RTH, it's 67.0675. So we're trading in that range between 67 quarter and 67.06. We take out 67.06, we will target back down to 66.58, and that's where we're in trouble if we close below that. Anything in here is just a trade and not something that you want to, you want to jump in with. When like another thing Blake said, and we've talked about this a lot too, is clarity. When I've got clarity in the market, when I know what the market is trying to do, I'm going to slap them on. And I'll put them on. When I don't, and it's a back and forth trade, I'll probe the market with the opening range and the 15 handle rotations back and forth with the unit and try to see if I can't find the momentum of the market, either upside or downside. But when everything starts to come together, when I'm positioned short and the technicals are coming in and everything is coming in negative, and we just continue to reverse. Then that matches up with the macro. Those are huge trades that end up making your year. Those are huge trades that could wind up making your career in some cases. But you need to be able to survive this back and forth, constantly involved in the market nonsense. The less you trade, the happier you're going to be. The less you trade, the happier, the more money you're going to make. Period. End of story. I mean, you can sit here and you can scalp 1,000 contracts through the day and you can make a little bit of money, but wouldn't it be better to be short from 68.11 and still be short something all the way down because you never got back to your entry price, or 69.04 from Monday? Yeah, I think so, because now you're not fighting the market. You're trading with the momentum of it and you're on the right side of it, not trying to catch falling knives or, standing in front of a running freight train and saying, that's it, you're not going any higher. Trade with the momentum of the market. You're better off buying them on the way up using the opening range or selling them on the way down using the opening range, and it keeps you on the right side.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just take it easy.
Trying to buy lows and sell highs is, it's taken out a huge amount of traders. It's too difficult to do.
It's too difficult to do on a consistent basis. I know a lot of money. I know a lot of people have made a lot of money fading markets, Jimmy, but ultimately I don't know any that kept it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
A 2000 is going to happen, where the NASDAQ went from 4882 to 790 in 2 years. We broke 87%. We're going to get something like that again someday. And when, dip buyers are going to get rolled over and steamrolled and they're going to get killed. And, we've had the biggest bull run from the lows of 2009, March of 2009. We've had the biggest bull run in the history of bull runs. That shit's got to eventually come to an end. I don't know when. I don't know if it ever will in my lifetime, but it will. I mean, just trade the momentum of the market. You're better off buying them on the way up and selling them on the way down than you are,
Take a piece out of the middle.
Yeah, always. We're traders. I mean, don't dollar cost average. DCA, that's fancy. That's a fancy term for saying averaging in losses.
Yeah, for sure. So let's kind of just pivot to the NASI really quickly here. We got that 24,566 is the quarterly pivot. We have a key level at 25,000 even. We're getting close to getting there right now. Now the NASI is a little stronger than the ES based on kind of where the pivots are and where the areas of interest are. But I mean, systematically, it's looking like the same chart pretty much. And then we got some more your Lions packs at 24,328 and then 24,000 even there.
Mhm.
And then it could be bombs away.
Oh, bombs away. Underneath 24,565, it'll be, or whatever that price is, 24,550. I forget what the exact
Yeah,
price was.
yeah. So the quarterly pivot 24,000. Well, okay.
Underneath 24,568. Then
Yeah,
yeah, that's it. Then the Nasdaq's got, then the Nasdaq turns very negative, and that is then gonna. I mean, if we made it back down to like 24,000, we made it back down to 24,000, then you take profit on them and just whack them underneath there pretty well. See what the Nasdaq, then just add to 'em. The Nasdaq opened the quarter 24,843. So yeah, you're right. That's interesting because the Nasdaq has kind of has led lower. The Nasdaq was weaker this week, at least from the opening range standpoint, and we got bigger. I mean, just yesterday we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ladder rungs yesterday. Yesterday, the Nasdaq gave us 765 handle swings.
yeah.
Look, everybody, look at your PAX opening range indicator, and it'll show you. And the S&P gave us, I don't, the S&P was good too, but
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 swings lower, 5 swings. So the S&P gave us 5 swings yesterday. The Nasdaq gave us 7. So I mean, that's a better downside trade.
Yeah.
But broadly speaking, the S&P is trading right where they opened the quarter,
Yeah.
and the Nasdaq is still 200, 300 points above it.
Yeah, and the AI narrative seems to be for whatever reason more focused on the Nasdaq than on S&P.
Snazzy. Yeah, just like the old tech revolution.
Yeah, I know. I had a Netscape browser. You remember that?
I do, yeah. That's
Oh
hilarious.
God. And the AOL dial-up was the best. There's nothing more exciting in life when you hear that modem kicking in and
It really was kind of it was an exciting feeling because you knew that when it connected, you were going to be opened up to whatever whatever the World Wide Web had for you.
yeah, yeah. And the AOL chat, it took years and decades before any chat came close to it. I mean, it was really good.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, yeah, yes, true. All very true.
Oh, I miss my kegs at AOL.com. I miss it.
You still use it, don't you?
No, I don't know where it hit now. No. I tried to buy kegs.com and they wanted like $4,000 for it. And I was like, yeah, I don't want that bad.
You should have bought it just to. I bought all of the PAX domains that I could. Should have
you?
bought it just to have it, just because
Yeah.
it's cool.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I know. But I'm thinking, I could get a nice pair of Ferragamos for this. So we'll go with that.
I wore a new pair last night. I wore a chocolate brown new pair last night to dinner with my daughter.
Now, do you have any that are suede?
Yeah, the ones I wore last night are, yeah.
Okay. I can never do suede because I always ruin them. They get wet, they get dirty. I always mess them up.
Well, there's sprays now that you can
Yeah.
utilize to keep them relatively fresh. I gotta start. Tony's got all of those Nikes,
Yeah.
Jordans, all those Jordans. I gotta start using those. I gotta start wearing Jordans.
Speaking of that, did you see Anthony's photo with him and his brothers?
Oh, that was great. That was that was great. First of all, it's great to see him with his brothers. Just spending a week out in the mountains. But somebody wrote on Twitter, looks like you guys were burying something in the woods, and that was my first thought was, oh, they brought a package out there.
Oh,
It's great to see him all out there. I know that he was looking forward to being there. It's like,
yeah. I mean, if those three were at a Cagnina family party, no one would even question that they're outsiders.
Oh no, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was like a Pine Barrens, the Sopranos episode when Paulie Walnuts and Christopher Moltisanti got stuck in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys like us you know, we weren't made for the woods. At least I wasn't. I mean,
Uh,
seriously, camping. My son Danny, I don't know where. My son Danny's 26 years old. He's a snowboarder, mountain man.
yeah.
I don't know where the hell he gets it. He goes up into Moab by himself with his dog and just pitches a tent and stays there. No way, man. No, the peninsula is my idea of camping. Not for me, Jimmy. Not for me.
You and Mrs. KX.
Uh-uh.
Hey, let's pivot over to gold, though. Let's talk a little bit about gold right now. We're still in the December contract, folks. We got a couple more weeks before I got to worry about rollover there. But again, we have that quarterly pivot at 37,750. We're miles away from that. The shorter moving averages are all just kind of bunched up together right now, and we just keep that 4,000 level in the December contract. I'm just going to put my mouse across it. We've traded 4,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles in a row. We've seen that price. That seems sticky.
Well, all right. So the new quarterly pivot is 38.83.
All right, hang on. 38.83.
Yeah,
Okay.
38.83 is the new quarterly pivot. So everything's coming in here 4,000, 38.80, and then underneath 38.80 is that macro zone of 39.60. So yesterday, Leo and Kane were looking to trade gold.
Yeah.
That was the trade. You want to be short at 38.83 and take profit at 39.60, and that's it. I'm staying away from gold. Gold hit that long-term target at 4,400. So I took profit on everything that I had, and then I flattened up. Even in my longer term gold stuff, I would rather I'm going to let gold set up, for the next trade.
Yeah.
And right now, this banging back and forth in this tight range it's going to set up, and we'll know whether I want to be short at 38.80 down to, I'm sorry, 39.80 down to 37.75 and take those down to 33 even. I don't know we're going to get that, or if we're just basing at 39.60, 38.80, 4,000 to make a run up to 4,400. We close above 4,400. We got another $1,000 in the trade. So, right now, I have no idea where gold is going to go. It's just setting up for the next bigger swing or the next trend move. And, and this back and forth, nice intraday trading is an opportunity that many of you should really kind of pay attention to. It's, the opening ranges have been decent trades, not so much today, but the opening ranges have been decent trades and gives you a good trade location.
Yeah, I mean, I like to look at I put rectangles up there just to kind of help my brain process the support and resistance because support and resistance isn't one number, right? There's volatility, there's market movement. You got to give yourself some wiggle room, and so the top of the range, and this started on the 28th. This has been going on for several days now. Is 40, which is one of your levels. And then I'd pull down a little. I like to touch the top of the rectangle to the bottom of a closed candle, right? So I'm about 39, 38-ish, 39-ish right there on the downside. But that's the range. I mean, it's just swinging up and down.
Yeah, just swinging up and down. Yeah, we take out that range, then we'll have. Oh, Captain Obvious thing to say, but we take out that range, then we're back down to 37.75, 33 even, or 33.33 anyway. And we take out the top of that range, we're back up to 43.50, 4,400.
Yeah.
And then above 4,400, another $1,000 up to 53, 52, 53.
I'm going to do the same percent analysis here. We are from the peak high to right now, we're down almost 9%. So that's a little bit of a bigger sell-off.
Discount. It's just a discount. I'll give you 10% off.
Come on, your wife needs some more gold earrings, man. You got to get out there and get them right now.
I was talking to Alberto, one of my close friends. He was my partner in the prop firm that we opened in '07. He's a gold wholesaler and works with he works with jewelers all around the country. So we had a really interesting, conversation about gold and how difficult it is for people that are involved in the physical gold market, like gold wholesalers like Alberto, how difficult it is for him to manage it right, well, because if he buys product, he's got to buy it right and then turn around and sell it. Well, you're not making any money when you buy gold at 4,200, turn around and sell it at 4,150 the next day, and
Yeah.
4 days later it's at 4,400. So you got to become sort of a trader. I don't know. I don't know what in the hell the point of that was, except that it was an interesting conversation for me.
Well, I mean, that's the classic hedge argument, right? I mean, this is what the commodity markets were originally there for. It's like, listen, if you think, you're accumulating this inventory of something, gold, silver, crude oil, rough rice, whatever it is, then that could move against you because you're accumulating it over time at a certain price. And so if that breaks one way or another, you could be in trouble. So boom, throw a position on.
Right, slap them on, baby.
Slap them on. So the thing that I like the most about gold, though, this is the micro gold so far overnight, and this has been a slow night. 181,000 contracts in the micro gold.
Yeah.
And in the classic contract, I'll call it the bigs or the classic, 76,000. Now this is, the micros are going to rival the E-mini S&P soon. I mean, there's a renaissance here, folks trading. I know we have a story to tell in gold with the all-time highs and the volatility, but it's waking up folks to look at that. And you can even see, you mentioned Kane and Leo, and those guys are looking at it as well because there's opportunity and there's risk for sure. But this is why I'm so pumped up about the gold futures.
Well, I think that there's, I love that gold. Gold has been a big part of my life. Excuse me. Gold has been a big part of my trading career since like 2018, 19, especially.
Yeah,
In 2019, I made most of my year in 2019 in gold. The S&P had 15 handle ranges every day, new all-time high, just another creep higher. But gold was a great breakout trade. And I think we went from like 1,200 to 15.
yeah,
But gold has been a great trade, and I love the fact that more and more younger, retail traders that are learning how to become independent
yeah,
traders. I love that they're paying attention to that market, and I love that volume is growing too. Open interest has been strong,
yeah.
So there because it is a great market. And now,
But hang on, Pax, let me stop you right there for 1 second because CME has done such a great job here. As a matter of fact, today's segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you, CME Group, for that.
that's a great line. Where
Yeah,
risk meets opportunity. See, I actually yesterday I wore my CME alumni shirt. The Jen, it's a I don't know where she got it, but it's just a T-shirt that's a Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and then it's got or CME, and then it's got the CME logo on it, and underneath it has alumni on it. Uh,
yeah. No, I've got a bunch of CME gear from over the many years of going to events and golfing and parties and stuff, and bringing stuff over to the brokerage firm is awesome. I got some good gear.
yeah, I got some good gear and I got some good CME gear in 2001 and 2 when we demutualized. I got some very good, or no, yeah, we demutualized in '02. I got some very good CME gear, A shares and B shares in the
Yeah,
exchange, and well run by guys like Terry Duffy,
yeah,
old friend of mine, and Craig Donahue, who's moved on. But a great place to be, and
yeah.
CME. We're the
So
world,
let's
we're the world hedge. I forget how that goes, but how that commercial
Where
goes.
risk meets opportunity.
Where
Let's
risk
so
meets.
let's get into a little bit of and maybe we could show your charts if you're ready.
Uh-huh.
Let's talk about the spread trades. I want to talk about it. I know you've been doing them for us a lot, which is awesome. And the idea that you could have a classic size contract and a micro size contract side by side gives you the ability to scale in, scale out with precision on a percent basis of your core position. It's for the trader who's just buying and selling all day. It's a different concept. Only a tad bit more complicated. A lot of folks are thinking it's complicated. It's not. It's really not that. It's pretty simple, right?
Well, it's a little complicated. Yeah, I mean, it's simple. Uh, it's simple. Trading a spread is simple in its core basic, ideas. But the more you there's a reason why spread traders are the wealthiest traders, independent traders, because the basic core concept of trading the spread, which I'll show you when the market opens. Pax, you trade. Why don't you trade? I do trade on Fridays when the market opens. The market is not open. Somebody asked that in the chat. So when the market opens, the core concepts of it are pretty simple to understand. But as you kind of delve into it, and that's why we spend more time than one Friday or two Fridays talking about this, because as you delve into spread trading, I don't care if you're trading, the mini micro like we're going to today, or you're trading, mini micro S&P, mini micro Nasdaq, mini micro gold, or even crude, or any of it. It doesn't matter if you're trading cattle or hog spreads. Once you understand the core concepts of it, then you start to see the infinite array of profit management possibilities open to you. So now there is an incredible amount of profit management opportunities that are open to you that otherwise would not be open if you didn't understand the basic core concepts of it. So that's why I think it's such a, I don't know if I said that right, but if it made sense.
Yeah.
That's why I think trading the minis and the micros as a spread is a great way to learn how to trade, because now, you're going to make more money trading a 2-lot mini and trading out 20-lot micros than most 4-lot mini traders will. Because it's especially in markets that have bigger ranges and in markets that are moving, because you're going to learn how to add to your positions, and you're going to learn how to add to your positions without significantly adding to your risk. But you've got to kind of move through that in a slow fashion. There's a real progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader. And first you have to learn how to manage, you have to learn how to manage your risk, and then you have to learn how to manage your expenses. Then you have to learn how to become consistently profitable, manage your profit, and then you have to learn how to exploit your profit or add to your positions. And that takes a while to go through that progression. So today we're going to talk a little bit, we're going to talk about the most basics, and when the market opens, to show you the most basic aspects of it. So you're going to trade in minis, protect yourself, and then trade out in micros. And you've got exponentially more profit opportunities open to you, and I'll show you.
Yeah, and that in a more fundamental thing to realize for folks that are brand new and like, what are you guys talking about? If you have one E-mini on, let's say you're long one E-mini, and you decide to sell a micro E-mini, just one, now you're long zero point 0.9 E-minis. You have a fractional position, and a lot of folks are used to trading fractional shares, right, in the stock market. So you have a fractional position. You do another micro. Now you're long 0.8 of a standard contract, and it's just math, right? It's just math, because these markets are fungible. I'll use the word fungible. I don't know if I'm using it correctly or not, but and so that way you could peel off a position or add onto a position in that increment, and then your net position, you're long in one, short in another, short in one, long in another, is you just do the math, and you could calculate the offset really easy.
That's a lot of thinking, but yeah, that's it. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, or make it easier. I mean, you're long one E-mini, and I call them the classics. I call the bigger ones the classics. I don't know why, but you're long one E-mini, and then you sell while you're long. You sell 5 micros, so now you're long a half a position.
Right. Well, exactly right. Or you trade out. I trade out in quarters. So if I sell one E-mini, then I'll trade out in 2 lots. So you buy 2 to remove your risk and pay for your trade. Now you're short 8 micros and you have no risk on it. You buy 2 at the first 15-handed rotation. You're short 6 micros and you've got no risk on it. You locked in profit. We go offered through that rotation. You cover your micros and stay short 1 mini, and now you trade out of those. It's like you sold a 2-lot out of the opening range, only you didn't. You just covered the bad leg of the spread. It's not really the bad leg, but you're just giving yourself a chance to be able to capitalize on the market extending below that. And all the while you still have no risk and you've locked in profit. You're short 1 mini, because if the market comes back up through that 50 nano rotation again, you just buy them back, and now you're short half your unit and you let the market run, you let the market do what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Or a two lot, you trade in a two lot mini and you trade out in 20 lot micros. It's a great way to learn how to trade. It's a great way to learn how to trade. It's
Yeah.
a great way to learn how to manage your profit. It's a great way to learn how to add to your profit.
Yeah. For sure. For sure, for sure. So, and if the opportunity arises, once we hear that opening bell, ding ding, Pax will make if you see an opportunity, you're going to take it, right?
Yeah, here these. So on my doms or domes, I don't
Dome.
know what to say, but I just say domes. On my domes, this is the E-mini right here, right
Yeah.
here.
By the way, Dom is an uncle of mine.
Right.
Dominic is an uncle of mine, so you can't say Dom.
I got a lot of friends that are named Doms, not domes. None of them are named. They all have. Some of them have big domes, but none of them are domes. Dominic Aiello. Shout out to Dominic Aiello if he's around. I love you, Dommy.
There you go.
Okay, here are the minis, and here are the micros. So depending on what the opening range breakout is, we trade that. We'll trade out of it. Jen wanted to name our kids, when Jen wanted really either Greek or like Italian, like for our girls, Domenica. She wanted to name her Domenica
Yeah.
after my great aunt. Dominica Kennan? That doesn't sound right.
Oh, it does. It's beautiful.
Or Francesca. What about Francesca?
Oh, even better.
Again, with an Irish last name, you married the wrong guy.
By the way, Fractal Firm says, LOL, my pop is named Dominico. Love that, man. And we haven't addressed the chat. Thanks you guys for being here today. This is, Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Fridays, obviously one of my favorite times of the week. I used to hate Fridays. Now I love Fridays because PAX is on. But we appreciate all you guys going. We understand that it's, it is Friday. It's easy to take that long weekend. So thanks for being here with us. The community has been spectacular. Best community packs I've ever been involved in. And I've been involved in them since 2001, really, if not before that, on the online front. So I got to say, and I'm not just saying that because I'm biased, but I'm living the moment right now. You guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting each other. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up, that subscription button. It's really. Really comforting. It warms my heart, guys. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, didn't you just say that you've been involved in chat rooms since AOL dial-up in 1993?
Well, yeah, but in the trading front, I really
I
didn't
know, I
like.
know.
Yeah, in the trading front. I really dug in 2001 when I started working with with Infinity Futures, our brokerage firm. So that's when it was like, all right, now it's all about. There's no nonsense, right? Where it's all about trading now. We're focused about on independent traders communicating with each other and all that stuff. Before that, it was talking with my relatives in Sicily. So
Talking to your uncle Domenica or Domenico. Domenico, right? Yeah, Domenico.
yeah, Domenico, I love it, man. That's awesome.
Fractum also said that he's in this. Where did that? That was a funny line. I'm mostly focusing on. I'm mostly in this. He wrote above. He said I'm mostly in this for spinner rims and fast women. That's. I feel you. I yeah.
I love it.
I always thought that when I got divorced, I always thought that my divorce would be like, I mean, we went to San Tropez every year and we did, big shot, Spacon things. We helicoptered in one year from San Tropez into Monaco, I mean, it was great. But I always thought when I got divorced 25 years ago, I always thought that my divorce would be like bottle service with models dripping off me. And
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was more daily mass just
Yeah.
looking to
I know.
find my footing again in life and not screw it up. It's
Yeah.
the
No, I
trapping
hear
of
you.
this
I hear you.
business is scary.
So Pax, so right now you've got the ES up on the screen. You got two domes. You have the classic and you have the minis, right?
Yes.
And then, so now just imagine this though. You could also have the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ or the gold and the micro gold or whatever asset class that has a micro in it. It does is it, as long as the markets are the same, You put those domes together, and then this technique that we're going to you're going to show a little bit later applies.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. You can do this with any of the Here, look, all you have to do is there's a drop down. You go to the micros. You want to see the micro, micro gold. What's the symbol for that?
Yeah, MGC.
Where is it?
G is in George. I'm squinting also.
I feel like a blind man doing this. Well,
Yeah,
it's in here. So here it is. I found it. Oh
there
my
you go.
goodness, that looked like MOC to me.
Yeah, it does.
Holy shit, my eyes are so bad. Okay, so there. Now, I mean, it's jumpy. I don't like trading the gold from an opening range standpoint, although I will look for opening range trades in gold. But I'm looking to trade gold from like a swing level. Remember,
Yeah,
I'm going to be long at 38.83 or 39.83. I'm going to be long from 39.83, and then you take profit on those at 40.05 and add above that, because this can be a very thin and whippy, choppy market coming out of the opening range. Look how thin it is right now, actually. Waiting for the equities to open.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, it'll
but
tighten up, man. It's going to tighten up. This is going to be a big opening range for all the asset classes.
yes, yeah, it will be. This is going to be a fun open to trade, I think.
Yeah. And we don't also, the 1 ounce gold contract also, I'm digging it. It's got 23,000 contracts traded already today. So you got three different flavors to choose from. But I think what PAX is showing right now from this particular spread idea, I'm liking it. It's gives you so much flexibility in managing your core position.
Oh, flexibility, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, it gives you a lot of, and that's what we all need is flexibility. When you're trading one lots or two lots, you don't have any flexibility. You have to be right. You've got to be right. On your one lot, you've only got a couple of different. You buy one, you're going to sell one. You can't scale out. You sell you
Yes.
sell one mini. You scale out in micros.
Right. Now you match your risk capital to what you're doing, and then you could
Yes.
establish your core size, and then you go from there.
Yes. Yeah. So somebody asked me the other day, somebody texted me, some guy that I haven't spoken to in many years, texted me, "Hey, Pax, is 10,000 enough to trade four lot minis?" What? I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about your financial situation, your experience, how consistent you are, what you've got behind you. I'm not going to answer that for you. It's very difficult to be able to make those sorts of determinations without knowing. Now, you got $10,000 in your account. You've got, I believe, enough to be able to trade the mini micro spread. You got 10 grand in your account. You trade four lot micros or five lot micros. You're going to chew yourself up in commissions. You trade, and then it becomes like trading on the simulator only with commissions. But you utilize them well enough. You're going to keep your commissions low, and you're going to give yourself the opportunity to be able to take a lot out of these markets that have, an ATR of 80 points, whatever the ATR is.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the ATR. It's
For which,
60,
are you talking about gold or
suppose 63 points for the, oh no, hold on. I'm in
I'll tell you what it is too in a second. I gotta switch
63 and a
charts
half
here.
points. Yeah. 63 and a half points on the daily on the RTH. 81 points on the extended. So yeah, anyway, the point is that you scale out, you're going to give yourself more opportunity to take bigger swats out of the market without having to continue to initiate risk. That's the whole idea is that once I take that initial risk, say the bottom of the opening range is 67.18. I sell 67.18s. That market goes 1 point offered underneath my entry price, and I put a scratch stop in. Now, I've mitigated that risk. But once I start to scale out, I pay for my trade. I buy two micros. Now I have no risk. I've removed my risk. I'm short 8 micros. I buy two. I've locked in profit. 2 or 3. I locked in profit. I have half my unit on. I have mitigated my risk. I've removed my risk. If I'm trading one lots and I take profit on the trade by flattening, I've got to turn around and reinitiate that risk. I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. I've already done that. Now it's just a matter of me managing my profit. And then if the market extends lower, cover the other leg of the spread and maximize that profit. So I
Yeah.
don't have to keep reinitiating risk. I just have to manage my profit. Do you see what I'm saying? I think I just said that pretty well, and I don't know if I can say it that clearly again.
You could, you did, and you could. And the way I like to look at it is, I have a position on, and I'm gonna, in my mind, I'm gonna say, here, this is the 100% potential of this position. And then, but at 50%, maybe I'm going to take a couple off, couple of micros off. It's 80%, maybe I'm going to take a couple more micros off because now I'm kind of locking in and I'm ameliorating my risk of me not achieving that 100% goal.
See, yeah.
Does that
Somebody
make sense?
somebody wrote, why not just throw 30, 40 micros on? You can, but the way that I trade, you're gonna chew your ass up in commissions. You're gonna really commission your way out of the business. I don't care much about commissions. I paid upwards to 100 to $150,000 a month just to get e-minis executed when I was on the floor. But they matter. Your commissions matter. It's the price of doing business, but they matter. And your commissions with an S&P, what is it, $1? I mean, it's going to be less, but let's just say it's $1 in and out for 12.50 a tick. Okay, in the micros, it's less than $1 in and out, but it adds up pretty quickly for $1 a tick. Where's the cost benefit there? So, I mean, you want to slap on 30 or 40, you'll have 100 or 200 in commissions by the time you find the momentum of the market. When if you
Yeah.
trade in with the mini, you got, $1 into it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And the other thing that's super impressive here is, so E-minis right now have done 277,000 contracts. The micros have done 408,000 contracts. So this isn't a case where the micros are illiquid. They're super liquid. I mean, there's more volume there than there is in the classic contract.
Right. Why are there no quantity discounts on commissions? There are with some firms, but don't forget CME still charges their clearing fees, and that is non-negotiable. I think that's I don't even know what that is, a quarter. I mean that's on a mini or a micro. I mean,
Yeah.
that's non-negotiable. That's not going anywhere. So while you get discounts on the amount of size you do with some firms, it still adds up.
Well, yeah. And that, your transaction costs also include the bid-ask spread, right? So that bid-ask spread, you got to think of that in terms of a transaction cost also. So that's why the tighter the spread, the better off you are.
You can rent a license. Holy smokes, the world has changed. You mean rent a seat? Yeah, you can rent a seat.
No, I think they're talking about an NinjaTrader lifetime license.
Oh yeah, okay. So do you get cheaper? You will get cheaper minis with the NinjaTrader lifetime license. Yeah, right. Or you'll get you'll get cheaper rates if you lease a CME seat. But I mean, I'm not speed scalping.
Yeah.
I'm not. If I'm trading 1,000 to make it worth it for a seat lease to be worth your cut in commissions, I think it used to be like 1,000. You'd have to trade like 1,000 S&P a day, minis. So that would be 10,000 micros, right? I don't know how it works out now because I haven't paid attention to it. But if I'm trading 1,000, if I'm trading 1,000 S&P in a day, we better have huge ranges because I've got big size on. I don't make more than two or three or four trades. I don't take any more than what I call a 2x4 in expenses. If I have two expenses, I'm going to cut my size. Four expenses, I'm going to stop, right? That's how I protect myself.
Yeah.
If I'm scratching trades, well, I don't count those.
Yeah.
So, I need to protect myself from over trading in that sense.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought.
So Pax, right now we've got about, I don't know, 7 minutes or so before the bell. The S&Ps it almost seems like they're just trying to, they're digging right now, and I don't think they've hit rock bottom yet. I mean, they're trying to make new lows even before the bell.
So and now every morning I come in the market, I go through a whole morning routine to determine my level of confidence, carefree, fearless, and focused, CCFF. And I feel great. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I'm just And it's been a long week. It's at the end of a long week. I have no clarity in what the market is trying to do, right? So first I have to determine whether or not I'm confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. If I'm not those things, then I need to think about whether or not I want to be involved in the market, for what reasons I want to be involved in the market. And then at that point, I have to decide, do I want to spend money in this market? Do I have clarity? Do I know what the market is trying to do? What are my positions? So I'm flat. I'm flat across the board. I'm not short. The only place to have been short would have been from Monday's opening range or even Tuesday's. But I'm looking for the next swing. Now, as we outlined early in the show, from a swing level, this is a buy the break, buy the break market. This is not how I trade, but this is a buy the break market until we close below 66.58, and then it's sell rallies. That's just from a swing level. I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit. I'm a much better short side trader than I am a long side trader. I am much more likely to be short when the market breaks, and I am much more likely to be short size when the market breaks. And I take much more, a lot more points out of the market. I mean, I'll sit with this short position for, well, longs too, but I trade the short side a lot better than I do the long side. Okay, now, this morning, we're trading down near, I suspect that today is going to be a decent trade. Just a back and forth trade, back and forth between, I'll show you the swings once the market opens and we have the opening range set. So I'm expecting a decent intraday swing trade, 15 points, 30 points, 45 points. SPOOs on NASDAQ 65, 65, 65. But I don't know, I don't have a real sense of direction as to what side of the market that's going to be. Now, that said, I'm willing then to spend a little bit of money out of today's open to find the momentum in the market. That's what I say to my traders in my group all the time. I'm willing to spend a lot of money in this because I know what we're going to do. I'm willing to spend a little in this. I don't know what it's going to do, but I suspect it's going to be a decent trade. Or I'm not willing to spend any money in this market whatsoever, and whatever it does, it's going to do it without me. So today, I'm tired, although I am confident. I am carefree, fearless, and focused. Everybody is good. I went through my morning routine. I feel great, although, a little bit low energy. If you haven't been able to tell, let's see if a good long or short doesn't change that shit. But I don't really have any idea in what the market is going to do. So I'm not willing to spend a lot of money in it. I'm willing to spend a little money in it to be able to find the momentum of the market on an intraday level. That's kind of like the thinking that I go through. I don't, it's much more drawn out and much more formal, but those are the things that I must determine before I start trading in the morning.
Wait, what's CCCF again? Say it one more time.
CCFF, confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. Am I confident in myself? Did I sleep well? Did I eat well? Am I confident? Am I personally confident? Did I work out? Do I feel, on top of my game? Am I confident in my plan? Am I confident in my process? Am I confident in my ability to execute well? Okay, I am. Then I'll trade normal units. I'm carefree. Am I worried about how I do? Here, scared money doesn't make money. I need to pay my car payment. I need to pay my rent. I need to pay my tuition bill. Whatever it is that you guys put yourself under pressure to make. You have to recognize that you are not carefree coming into this trade. You have to recognize it. You have to understand it, and you have to be on the other side of it, or you shouldn't trade. Am I worried about one of my kids? Are they, going through something that, or worried, lately the world, right? Been worried about the world, but, I'm able to compartmentalize those things. So I'm sitting down in front of the screens and I'm focused. And then fearless. Am I fearless? What am I afraid to make money? Am I afraid to spend money? Am I afraid of success? Am I afraid of somebody? I'm afraid of something.
Yeah.
Am I afraid that I will not be able to execute well? Am I afraid that the market isn't going to give me anything? Well, if I'm afraid, I ought not trade.
Yeah, but I mean, the beauty of what you're saying is you're self-aware of these characteristics and how important they are for you to succeed and implement, right? So, I mean, a lot of folks aren't. A lot of times I'm not. I'm not quite so self-aware. I got to reset to get grounded again, but you come in that way. You're just like, boom, this is what I am today. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, or I'm sluggish or whatever, or I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not those things, and so it's better. It's best I don't trade. It's best I don't. And whatever the market does, it's going to do it without me. And that's if I've got a superpower as a trader, it's the ability to miss moves and not care. And I mean it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that bell's about to ring any second now. We're probably about a minute, less than a minute away right now.
Oh boy, here we go.
We'll
30
see.
seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
you got the micro E-minis on the left hand dome, and then you have the classics on the right.
right. And in the chart, the opening range will populate. Right. And we are opening in 15 seconds. So those of you in my group that are here, remember, box breathe. If you're not already doing that, breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, breathe out so that you see everything in the domes in slow motion and everybody else sees it chaotically. 3, 2, 1, open. All right. 2375 is the top of the opening range. So far, so good. Nice wide opening range. I like that. 111 is the top of the NASDAQ. Oh, shit. Man. Greatest invention in the world for an old man. Back scratcher. You get a lot itchier as you get older. All right, bottom of the opening range is 13. 13, wide ass opening range. I like wide opening ranges if you're technically shopping out. What else
Okay. Short 4 E-minis right now for a PAX.
So I'm going to trade out in 10 lot micros. So 13 quarter, the pain line is, what is
Your
it?
stops 2 though, PAX.
Oh yeah, thanks.
You
Shit,
just click. You can click on that too and bump it up.
you can?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Hit the check button. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so I got to pay from there. I paid from an 09 quarter. So I'm short 4, I'm long 10. Okay, I paid for my trade to remove my risk. 13 quarter is the bottom of the opening range. 09 quarter is what I call the pay line. All right, so now I'm long 4, short 10. First rotation is going to be 98. So now I have no risk. Okay, so I'm either short 3 minis or I'm long 10 micros.
Do you change your stop from 4 to 3 now?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. God, another rookie move. That I've done that like 3 times this week. That's how I know I'm tired, is when I don't change the quantity in my stop right away. Then the market comes back up and I'm wondering, holy shit, I'm long one. How the fuck did that happen?
I know.
Rookie move.
It's easy to make that mistake, but I got your back on Fridays.
Thank you. See, rookie move. If I'm sitting here with a full size unit on and I saw that I did that, I would immediately think to myself, I better not be adding here. I've got him on. Don't add. Just let him go.
So he's short 4 classics. He's long 10 micros, and the net is short 3 classics.
Okay, so now look at. So now oh shit.
Yeah, no, we got stuck on one. Yeah, just hit that close button. There you go. You got one on still. Oh no, you're flat totally. I'm sorry, my bad.
Shit. Now I'm gonna fuck this up. All right. I didn't cover my 09 quarters because I ended up screwing this up.
But you're totally flat right now. You're short 1.
I know,
one.
long 10, but I didn't want to be. All right, now listen. So let's act like I never screwed up my my quantity. Okay. So now I just sold another one. I'm long 10. I don't need to repay for my trade. I just reload it. See? I mean, I only want to have 5 micros on, but it's like I just added to my size without adding to my risk because I don't need to pay for my trade anymore. I've already done that. So I've got options. So it's like I've added to my position without adding to my position. Although I am gonna even myself out here. I want to be short 2, long 5. Well, I screwed that up. All right, so the rotation is going to be 98 quarter. So I'm hedged. Short 2, long 10. I have my unit on. Now I got to trade out and, oh, fuck it. Let's see what I do with these 5 micros. I should have reloaded a full unit. And I didn't. But you guys get the idea so far? Does anybody have any questions? All right, who's short and paid in my group? Verdi is, Marty is, Trader is, Johnny Mac. When are you coming back? Toki-san. Toki-san. Elizabeth is short. Nate the Great short. Nate the Great's been, oh, he's such a good trader. Nikki Schmags. You'd love Nikki Schmags, Italian Croatian kid from the western suburbs, northwest suburbs. Dad makes homemade wine. They make homemade supersat. I eat well with Nikki Spags in my group. Blue Moon. All right. And Ryan Kelly, good job, Ryan. Lizzie.
Oh, there we go. Making new lows.
Pete the Greek's got him. All right, everybody. Spags. All right, so I screwed up my ratio. I want to be short 2, long 5, but, you know, better than a sharp stick in the eye, yeah. So now the market needs to come down to 98.25, in which case I'm going to buy a few more. So 98.25 will make it 99, and we will sell more underneath there. Sell more. I'll take profit at 99. We go offered. I'll sell them. I'll sell out my micros, or maybe I'll add to the minis. No, I'll sell out the micros to keep it simple. So does anybody have any questions about this? Let's see what the Schnazzy's doing. NASDAQ opening range is 511 to 07 quarter. First rotation is 06 half. You know, you guys in my group, is this a bullish or a bearish open? And if it's bearish, why so? Why is it bearish?
Christian's going to get his 25,000s.
Oh, yeah, he is. Why is this a bearish open? High was the top of the opening range. Well done. Yeah, exactly. High of the day is the high of the opening range. That's a bearish sign. I really can't. I really hate. I should be short 2, long 5, but I ended up screwing up my ratio. But that's okay.
Lowest, yep, he got it. Christian got it, 25,000.
All right, Christian. Rotation in the NASDAQ is 06 half. So next rotation in the NASDAQ is 941.
All right, you get these. Come on. Oh man.
They'll get them. They'll come.
There you go. All right, now you're short a half of a E-mini.
Right. Oh, fuck it. Okay. Well, now I'm short. Now I'm short my runner. Next rotation is going to be Christian. Get out of those if you're not already. Next rotation is going to be 83. The White Sox were pretty good in 83. Tony La Russa was the coach, made the playoffs. My father hated Tony La Russa.
I'm related to him.
Are you?
Yeah. I've never met him. It's a remote relationship, but
my dad hated Tony La Russa because he moved pitchers around too much. He was the first to micromanage his pitchers. All right, so there. I did not add. I wanted to add the micros. It fucking didn't. It came down too quickly. All right, so those of you in my group, how many of you added to your size? Had internet issues. Told you all. Natty Gas was the way. Oh my God, Buccaneer. Natty Gas is a widowmaker. Ryan added. Verdi added. Jay Angel added. Jamie added. All right. Jamie never sent me your summary from yesterday. Ludlam. Davey added. Trader Verdi. Oh, you mean NASDAQ? Oh, I thought you were talking about Natty Gas. When do we hit 23? I don't fucking know what we hit. We will. You'll see it. When do we see 23,000? Maybe today. Stranger things.
Hey, Pax, Richard wants to know, how do you get in Pax group?
I don't know. Go to my website, Richard, and just hit the, join on a trial. Join for a few days and ask me questions. When you're there, just ask questions and things. All right, Derek, get it. Good. So I mean, just come in there for a couple of days and ask questions. And God, I fucked this up. But you guys are seeing. You know what? I wanted to do this in the most simplistic way. I did not want to do it in. I did not want to necessarily show you guys how to add. Um, all right, now 83 is going to be the next level. So I've got 5 micros to trade out of. I got to take profit down here at 85. We go 85 off from selling more. So this is, in effect, I'll be flattening up down here. But I'll show you the different things that we can do. So all of my targets are going to be 2 points wide. So we're using 83, 85 as the level. See, you can see that the next rotation is going to be 83 quarter. So we're going to swing that higher, make 85 the price, and we're going to sell them underneath there. The Schnazzy Nazzy 241 is, wait a second. I need to get my glasses fixed. 941 is this rotation. So you want to be short underneath here, and then the next level is going to be 876. So 876, 886. So swing that higher to 86, 90 to 86, okay? And then that way you'll be guaranteed to take profit in front of it. Oh geez. How do I get rid of that?
Yeah, the 1-day min for Menthor Q is at 66.80, so only about 15 points away.
Yeah, let's see if we get another chance to sell them at that rotation, the first rotation again. 98Q. All right, hey, listen, now we've got a trade selection coming up here. If we make it back up to 98Q, I can cover some of these micros. And then stay short too from the OR. We go bid above 98Q, then I can buy back 5 more micros and ensure that I'm going to take profit on the trade and then be, sit here chilled, right? But you see how this makes it, when you get positioned and you remove your risk and you take profit on the trade, now you can stay out of all this back and forth. I mean, I've only got a 2 lot on. I don't trade 2 lots. I trade bigger, so it's less intense for me. But you can. It's like the Commodore saying, it's easy like Sunday morning. Beat up, easy like Sunday morning. It takes you out of the trading and puts the onus on the process and on what the market is doing. And if I can take me out of my trading, then I put myself in a position to buck the odds that are still against me.
So Pax, are you out at the first rotation or at the bottom of the opening range?
No, I will. We go above 98 quarter. I might buy 5 more micros. If we come up to 98 quarter, and we hold, then I'm going to cover them. I'm going to cover these micros. The NASDAQ. Oh, God bless it. There was my chance. Okay. So I'm either going to flatten up, synthetically flatten up. Shit, how high did they just get?
I saw a 68.25 print.
Yeah, they made it up there. Yeah, they did make it up 98Q, didn't they?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd have gotten filled, but they were. Yeah, my nudge. Okay, and watch the NASDAQ too. So NASDAQ is 941. Okay, so 941. 06 is the first rotation, 941 second rotation. The NASDAQ is a better trade than the S&P again. The S&P is just flirting with the top of this first rotation. You see what I'm saying? Look, there. 98 quarter is the first rotation for the S&P. The second rotation is 83 quarter. The first rotation in the NASDAQ is 7. No, that's about is 06 half. The second rotation is 941. So the NASDAQ had taken out that second rotation when the S&P came short of it. Oh, NASDAQ better trade. One of the things that I didn't like about that Jimmy, one of the things that I didn't like about that contest on Monday was that
Yeah.
I traded a lot of NASDAQ and I thought, God, I got to be trading NASDAQ again. It was fucking NASDAQ was a great trade. I got to trade the NASDAQ again.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to get in the habit of trading NASDAQ anymore.
But you're back to the basics right now today, Pax.
Yeah. All right. So now, see, I'm hedged. We go 98 quarter. I'm going to sell them back here. I don't fade the opening range, so I would never get long here. There.
Come
Hesitated.
on.
No, I hesitated. It was my own fault. It's not the market's fault.
There
Tired.
you go. Nope.
All right. So now short 2, long 10. So I just added to my position without adding to my position. So I took off 5 micros. Now the NASDAQ, I want to watch what the NASDAQ is doing because remember, you got to watch also how the indices are moving together. So 941 up to 06. So the NASDAQ is kind of in the middle of it, right? The S&P is kind of flirting with this rotation. So if it gets above this rotation, it's going to go higher. Okay. So now I'm short 2, long 10. The market makes it back to the OR. I'm going to get scratched out.
I mean, right now you're short 1 net.
Right. Short 1 net.
Net. Playing tennis or what?
I don't know anything about that sport. All right. So I should have put the minis back on, or the micros back on, but I was looking at my chart to try to make this point. So I don't fade the opening range. So I'm not going to get long at that rotation, as I was saying earlier. I'm not going to get long at this when we hold it. That's just me. I'm not a good reversal trader. So I'd rather stay short half my unit going back to the opening range because we get above that, I've got clarity. We get back into the opening range and we take out the top of the opening range, I'm going to be long balls because I'm looking for an equidistant swing, and that's going to be, we stopped at 87. It's going to be, not quite 30 points, 25 20, just call it 27 points. So
And where are you going to get long at? Top of the opening range?
top of the, I get long at the bottom of the opening range and then the top of the opening range. So I would add to my position without adding to my risk. Call it getting fancy. And while the market is banging back and forth and doing nothing, I do nothing. Oh shit, we're breaking. I should have added. See, I don't have to reinitiate risk. Like I was saying, if you trade a 1 lot or a 2 lot, you want to sell them at 98 or 99, you sell them, then you cover, then you have to reinitiate risk. So maybe you cover them at 96 and you take a few points off the trade and you're like, oh, fuck, this is going to go lower. So now you sell 98s, you buy those back at 04. You got to keep initiating risk. I'm not doing any of that. I'm short from 13 quarter. I paid for my trade at 09 quarter. I took profit at 99 quarter or 99. I'm not jumping back and forth. It's easy like Sunday morning. The market is going to do one of 2 things. It's going to come up, back up, stop me out, in which case I'm going to get long, looking for that equidistant swing. Or the market is just going to bang back and forth in the middle of no man's land, no person's land. Sorry, got to be inclusive. And then extend lower. In the meanwhile, I don't have to even look at it because I'm positioned. And I don't have to continue to slap them on and fish them out and chop myself up and then boom, they go. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Pax, we got a question from me 4418. Flight number 4418 says, Pax, do you use the equal distance swing method for anything else?
Yeah, everything. Well, it depends. Yes, I do. NASDAQ, especially gold, from a bigger swing standpoint. I'm not. See, you can really chop yourself up at this 98 level. I'm not doing any of that. I'm short position, and we go bid, man. I'm going to buy 13 quarters as long as we come back up to it. I'm going to stop out and I'm going to get long there, and then I'm going to buy 23.75s when we come out, and that's what we call getting fancy. I'll have a double unit on.
Got it.
So yeah, the equal distance, what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. So I gotta, I can't do math very quickly in my head, although I do remember everything. Oh man, 13, right? 813 minus 67. What's the fucking low? What's the low? 87? 68. Oh, man. All right, 26 points.
Yeah,
So,
low is 87 quarter.
yeah, add that to
No, no, no. Yeah, 87 quarter. Yeah.
So you had 26 points. The equidistant swing would take us up. If we got above 67.23, that would take us up to 67.49. And the market accomplishes the equidistant swings like that pretty consistently. And when they happen, they're huge trades and basically free money. And then if the market takes out 67.49, you can expect that it's going to trade up another 26 points. So, what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside and in equal measure. If we take out 87, I'll be looking for another 26 points lower. So it's just like flipping fibs. Somebody had asked about TradingView. Mr. Wicked Up. I posted it or reposted it a week or so ago. Somebody on Twitter had designed one on TradingView. You just, go on my feed. I retweeted it. You can find it. Perone, Kaz, you said you would go along at the bottom of the opening range. Yes, I'd go along at the bottom of the OR. Yeah. And then the top of the opening range because we have a really wide opening range. So listen to this, Kaz, okay? Now there's got to be, I'm not just going to nakedly buy it. There's got to be some momentum. I mean, shit, listen, I'm short. And as long as we're staying below the opening range, I'm staying short. But in the event that we come back to the opening range and we come back to the opening range with some momentum, I'm going to stop out of the 13 quarters and then I'm going to get long there. Okay. So now my stop is 13 quarter. We go 13 quarter offer. I'm out of those longs and I'm short again. I've got perfect trade definition. So I buy 13 quarters. And if it stays bid above my entry price, all I have to do is put a scratch stop in and we go 23 quarter bid. I'm going to buy more. Now I've got twice the size on with no risk. I have no risk on them because I've got 10 points into the 13 quarters and I just got long with the algorithms above the opening range. Now I'm looking for 67.49s. And the same holds true on the downside. And then also like from an opening range standpoint, the market's trading 15 handle swings. So from 13 quarter to 98, 98 to 87, and 85, underneath 85, 83, the next 15 handles. Equal distance swings.
Man, we're really battling though at the first rotation right now.
Yeah. And the NASDAQ is, the NASDAQ is in the middle of nowhere too. So listen, before the market, we said that there was no clarity, or I said there was no real clarity into what the market was trying to do, that it was just going to be a back and forth trade. And that's what we've got, a nice back and forth trade. We've got a bearish opening range. So the market is under pressure from an opening range standpoint, but you have to be short from the right spots. So right now, short 2, long 10. Oh, that's a whole nother thing. So let's say I get stopped out. Let's see if we can get this equidistant swing going here. Let's say I get stopped out of these. Now I'm long 10. How about that? So I buy a 2 lot because that's what I'm trading, right? At 13 quarter. And then I'm going to look to buy another 2 lot at 23 quarter. So now I'm long 4, long 10. I got to trade out now I got to trade out of my micros. I got to pay for my mini position, right? So I go ahead and I start to sell some micros. Let's see, I got 40 on. So I sell 10 micros to pay for my trade. I'm flat micros now. It's like I bought a dip when I really didn't buy the dip. Because I'm hedged. I get stopped out of these. Now I'm long these.
Yeah. By the way, Brian Schwartz, thank you. There is 10 a.m. data. We've got the Michigan sentiment.
Let's go, dude. And now we can go into when If the market trades down to 83, I'll be looking for new Ferragamos. Arr, arr, as we used to say when we were kids. Whenever you saw a guy that looked like a gangster, you just go, "Arr, look at this guy." So anyway, the point is what the hell was the point? I lost my point. What's this guy on about? Yeah.
I don't know.
You're not paying attention there?
He said LOL. He said LOL.
Do not. Nah, that was Black Tea Investing. That was Corinne that said that. So the fuck was the point? I was going to make a point. And then I was thinking about the gangster.
It's trying to claw up, man. It's trying to claw up to your level.
What the hell was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say, but I couldn't care less about the fucking Russell Cooper. I used to hang around with the Russell, and then I had to ditch him. Russell was no fun to hang out with. I don't know what the hell I was going to say, but listen, one of the positioning, right, is now in position for the market to do anything. I've got a smaller position on if we come back up, but I'm hedged. I'm perfectly hedged. So it's a nice little trade. You see how this works? 2 lots, 10 lots. Which side is the market going to go? I do not have to touch any of this because I have locked in profit. I paid for my trade and I've locked in profit on my shorts. Now we come up to the opening range. I have the ability to be able to get long and see what we're going to do here, and then just stay out of the. Oh, I wanted to talk about numbers. So this also gives me a pretty good trade in, a pretty good hedge when we're going into a number. Most of you guys have been taught to flatten up going into a number. I've never seen the wisdom in that. If I've like this, I've removed my risk on my shorts and I've taken profit on my shorts. So there's no point in me flattening up in the market until the market, according to my process, comes back up as I outlined to the OR or, underneath 98.25. But I don't want to chop myself up at 98.25 either. So, I'm perfectly hedged and I removed myself out of the trade. It's now about the process of the market. This has got nothing to do with me. So a number comes out, see if, what the market is going to do. Is it going to stop me out? Or, we're back to the pay line, just under the pay line. What are we going to do here? Well, I don't have to guess. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react.
Getting there, baby.
I'm not paid to think, my brothers and sisters. I am paid to react.
No, I think there's a lot of thinking going on before you got here.
Yeah, I know, but yes, 100%. But once the market opens, and it's just a matter of reacting to the well thought out and well executed plan. Why is it a bearish open? Because the high of the day is made in the opening range, and we came out of the opening range to the downside pretty quickly and easily. So that's still, on an intraday basis, that's still a sell the rally, mode of thinking until we were back inside the opening range. And then I want to, I'm going to try to get fancy just to illustrate it. And until we take out that high. So what is a bearish open now with 23.75 being the high of the opening range and the high of the day? You can just see, look at this, look at this bar.
And so high of the day, high of the RTH day, regular trading order.
Right. So now we take out 23F, what was a bearish open is now equally bullish because now we've taken out that level. So let's go. All right. Now give us something.
We're getting there. So you're really nimble with that dome. Is it just muscle memory, how you get so good at it?
Yes. Much, 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 much better.
So
I'm still getting used to ninja domes. I've been trading on TT or CQG most of my career. So I'm a lot quicker and a lot faster on my CQG than I am on Ninja, but I'm getting better with Ninja.
Nick, hey guys.
Oh,
we got the party just got bigger. Let's stick with Pax's chart so while we watch this thing play out in the Michigan sentiment. Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Nick.
Good
morning,
morning, guys.
What's going on, Pax?
Hey, Lee. Hey, Leo, did you guys trade that the gold yesterday, you and Kane?
We traded it on Wednesday.
Geez, was that Wednesday we were talking about it? Or was that yesterday morning? Holy
I
smoke.
don't know.
It was Wednesday morning. See how tired I am? Wednesday.
Time flies.
straight up
Time flies
Wednesday?
straight as
I'm
an
in a bit
arrow.
of I'm in a gold trade right now. I'm long from 39.93. I'm long from 93.8.
Would have to good trade.
I took that short earlier, Leo. Excuse me.
You're ready to roll, Pax. Numbers coming out.
I see it. All right, so we're in the middle of nowhere. We're between 98 and 13. So let's see what we're gonna do. 5 seconds to the number. 4, 3, 2, 1. Jeez, nothing.
Wow, wow, wow.
They like it. Yeah, right. They like them. They don't like them. It doesn't matter.
Mikey doesn't like it. Expectations index falls to 49 versus 50.3. Thank you, Shai.
So now because I'm hedged, I'm more inclined if we get below 99 to sell these out.
Consumer sentiment falls to 50.3. Estimate was 53. So that's a miss. So we're back to that rotation range. Would you add to this or no?
I did just sell out 5 micros, which I'm about to put back on.
All right.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to stay hedged.
Remember when he took those 5 off, he increased his short position to 1.5 of a classic.
And I slapped them back on.
Yeah.
It's not taking out this level easy. Oh, look at all right. Now they're matching up, right? Oh no, 941, not 961.
Come on.
You don't want to chop yourself up. I mean, I should stay hedged, but I want all right, now see if I can trade out of the other 5 and then see if we can break from here. And then just show you that how to add to your size without adding to your risk. Now, I mean, I'm still hedged a little bit. Now, if we go 99 bid, because here, I missed it, but I'm going to put them back on in a second to the point here, okay? So 98 quarters of rotation, 98 quarter to 99. So 99, 98 to even, or you can use 97, 99. We're using 99. So, we go 99 bid. I put my micros back on. I stay hedged. I don't chop myself up, and I still removed my risk on my initial trade and I've taken profit on it. Right now, the market is churning this 98. Oh my God, wrong chart. It's churning this 98 quarter level, and it tried to get back up to the opening range and it couldn't. So I'm much more inclined to stay short here. Now the NASDAQ can't get above it. So there. So now back to hedged, and now no more chopping up at that level. So again, ladder rungs. If you can get above 98 quarter, then you should. If you stay above 98 quarter, you should trade back up to 13 quarter. If we hold 98 quarter and take it out, which it looks like it's going to, then we're going to trade down to the next rotation at 83. So 83, 85.
It's going back, brother.
Otherwise, you're short 2, long 10, perfectly hedged. Stay out of the way of the market. Let it run.
Yeah.
See how that works? Does anybody have any questions?
Pax, that was awesome, man. As usual, Capital Preservation Friday kicking in with the spread trades on the micro and the minis. That's a great job today.
Well, I could have done it. I could have traded a little bit better. I do want to, if I'm a lot more aggressive when it's just me trading my own stuff than I am when I'm trying to show you guys how to do something that I think is kind of complicated. So give me a little grace if I don't. I'm a little bit uncomfortable in teaching you guys how to add your positions without knowing anything more about you. So I do want to put that in your mind so that you can start to think about it and you can envision it, but take your time in segueing into doing any of these things, because
Yeah.
you can really hurt yourself, and when you don't know how to protect yourself, you can really hurt yourself.
Yeah, but no, you did a great job. You did a great job of articulating the process and what you're looking at, and focusing on your proprietary opening range indicators. Which, by the way, I put a link into the chat, folks. So just kind of scroll up, you'll see that link, and you can read about it, and then you can get the PAX rotations for yourself on the desktop. So definitely do that. PAX. We got these young guys. Any advice for these younger whippersnappers?
Trade big. No, no, I mean, it's hard to give advice to guys that really know what they're doing. And Leo and Nick are those two kind of guys.
Well, Pax, what's funny? Yesterday, something clicked to me with the way you kind of described how you add positions. Like yesterday was a day I feel like I could have made significantly more than I kind of did, with the ability to kind of add to some of those rotations down. And I caught an ES short off the opening range like pretty early in the session, and I caught myself. I know we talked about it on Monday, but trailing myself out when there really was no reason to, when I could have probably continued to let it roll at the next rotation, or like added to it in theory. Took a little off, added again. So yesterday was a day I saw that kind of materialize, and at least it clicked in my brain of where I could have done it and how I went wrong, kind of managing the trade.
The trick, if there's a trick to that, Nick, is you're going to there are going to be plenty of trades. Like, let's say we make it back to the opening range, and a lot of people are going to say, well, fuck, I could have taken more profit. But using trailers, using a trailing stop is going to help you do that more often. You're going to take profit more often, but you're going to leave huge trades on the table, and huge amounts of money on the table in trending markets. In trending markets, however you define them, whether a trend move is 65 handles in the Nasdaq, or 130, whatever. You're going to miss huge trades, and trades that you could have exploited your profit with by adding to your size, and that's ultimately where we find freedom. Okay, here we go. Here we come down to that first target, or to that second target.
All right, remember, everybody, PAX is still short one E-mini.
Yeah, see how easy it is when you don't have to, sell 92s, or gotta, and you gotta, or sell evens or whatever, stay out of the chop.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna get that. Let's just hang here for 1 second. Let's just see if we can get that the next rotation level here. Was it 83 and a quarter?
80, 83 quarters. So 85 is where I took profit. So I'm short 2 long 5. Now I have my runner on.
So now you're short a quarter of a classic E-mini.
Right.
Or 5 micro. You're short 5 micros, basically.
5 micros, my runner. So the last 25% of my position. All right. Now it's trying to come down through 83, 85. You guys want to try to add through here. You want to sell more at 85, or you want to sell them at 83. So right now, don't chop yourself up. Let it take out the rotation. So far, the low of the day is 83.5. You want to sell them as they're, oh gosh, what's that? You want to sell them as they're coming down through 83 quarter, okay? So you take profit at 85, sell them underneath 83 quarter, and then you've got a nice add-on. But, we're not going very easily. The market, look at this. I tried to make this point earlier. The market got above 98 quarters, so it was gonna target back up to 13 quarter. It made it up to 12 half. Didn't make it up to the opening range. Okay, so everybody complains about the algos are hunting my stops. The algos aren't hunting my stops because my stops are in the same spot theirs are, which is at the bottom of the opening range. So they stopped everybody out of their shorts up to 12 half, unless you trade in the OR. We're still safe. So anyway, now then once it got below 98, equidistant swings. Now we're looking for 83 quarter. So 98 came down to 83. So now the market is going to bang back and forth between these two levels before it decides to take out 83 and trade down to the next target, to the next 15 handle rotation. You see? So it's just 15 handle increments all day long. It's not rocket science. It really isn't. You just have to know what to look at. And then you can simplify your trading. You can simplify your life.
Yeah, awesome. So Pax, great morning. Let's let these
Yes.
fellas take the reins over for the midday markets. We're gonna go until 12 o'clock. We're gonna finish strong with Leo and Nick. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. Appreciate everybody being part of the Ninja Trader family here. It's super awesome. Pax, you are the GOAT. Thank you for being here with me on Friday.
Thank you, everybody. I've been tired, so a little bit less energy today, but today was a fun morning anyway. I hope you just got something out of it. Send me, whatever questions you have on Twitter, and I'll try to get to them. Leo, Nick, have a great day, my brothers, and I hope you have a great weekend too. Jimmy, I love you. You're the best, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pax.
Remember,
Have a good
and
one.
Thanks, Max.
it is martini o'clock somewhere in the world,
Oh,
so
it sure is.
relax, brother.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right. So I'm going to dip in the chat, everybody. Thank you, Pax, Nick, and
Thanks,
Leo.
everybody.
Thank you for being here, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck on any trades that you make.
What's up, Leo?
Is it just me and you?
Yeah, now it is. I didn't even see Jim skedaddle out of here.
Yeah, he was just like, "Peace out, guys.
I just
Have a good one."
I just panic flattened the long down here at 890s. It just looked like, okay, there might be another little leg, so I was gonna wait. But I also
NQ is on the move today, huh?
I know. I also, once again, you learn from good traders. Leo has told me for years at this point that to question my logic of using limit orders to trade NQ. Well, I used a limit order right around here at 25.15 and change, and got left in the dust by the sellers taking us 100 points lower. So another situation where I need to just learn how to use hotkeys and market orders. You're trading gold.
Yeah, I'm going through just kind of a process of learning how to trade a new market on, and I think I'm just going to do it on NT Live.
Hey,
The funny thing is that I think it's slowed down a lot ever since we started trading it.
yeah, it definitely has. The more we started talking about it, the more we started bringing it up on stream,
And
trading
now
it
look what NQ
actively.
is doing.
Yeah, NQ suddenly got its volatility back, and then yeah, GC is now stuck in a range and in
I mean,
balance.
NQ just rallied a straight 130 points up in
Yep.
literally a minute.
Yep, left me in the dust,
That's beautiful.
scratching a log down there.
Yeah, so I was just watching PAX and grabbed this gold long right here at the V range low. No other reason for the trade, just that there was that level there, paused a little bit, had some negative delta, so just kind of jumped in with a couple of contracts, and I'm just in a runner here. Again, I'm new to gold, so I'm just gonna hold this and just observe,
Yeah,
If we break out, I think above these 07s, I might look for an ad, but that OR mid, I've got some stats on that guy, and that's a great short. So I got to be careful against potential resistance up there at 0.75.
yeah. I actually took I mean, I made a decent amount of coin in the basically not the pre-market, but I traded gold kind of off that 40.13 level, kind of the value area high from yesterday, and kind of jumped along that little rejection that we had up there and wrote it down to basically the week open. So a nice little like 10-point flush plus and gold to get my day going. So good little Friday for me.
Well, you were in good company because Kane was also short. He DM'd me and said, "Are you short gold?" Or "How much are you short gold?" And I said, "I'm not. I just pulled up my charts." So I know he's out there. He's out there short this thing too.
Yeah. But yeah, it definitely seems like the range in gold has contracted over the last, I don't know, 10 trading sessions, basically since, like I said, we started talking about it, trading it actively. And, the 3% days apparently are going to be gone for a little bit.
Well, in the higher time frame, and I don't have a chart up. Unfortunately, I kind of haven't set that all up yet on NT. But I tweeted
It's a
on
100-point balance.
on Sunday I tweeted about this balance. That's the first time we've entered a balance in like I don't know, 6 weeks, and we hit the bottom of it, bounced off of it a few days ago when Ken and I were trying along there. Um, and now we're in the middle of that balance range, like on the higher time frame. So it makes sense that it's a bit, directionless.
Yeah,
Everybody's determined that 4,000 is pretty good level, I guess.
I guess
So
so.
there's a lot of buyers and sellers here, and that when you get a lot of people willing to buy and sell a contract at a level, it's hard to leave it.
Yeah, and it's funny, and then going back to equities a little bit, the two levels I was really watching heading into today's session, just kind of seeing that we were once again selling a bit in the overnight, was this 66.90 spot, which was pretty much the low from, I don't know, at this point, like 2 weeks ago.
Hmm.
Uh, and NQ kind of a similar area down towards 24,800. We got there in ES, didn't quite get there on NQ, but that was kind of where I was looking for potentially like a good puke capitulation type low. NQ
Hmm.
kind of put one in there. It looks like this could actually be a good low for the session down there at like the 880s.
Mm. I like those big tails,
Yeah,
especially back to back.
that was pretty nasty down there. And that was kind of the reason. I mean, I was hesitant getting long. I kind of scratched myself out, like I said, but on the 5 minute, that looks like a pretty decent low.
Hmm. Yeah, same on the 30. What's interesting about that is I find it really hard to find myself or position myself long after a big move like this, even
Yeah,
though like the context of the morning has kind of shifted, right? We had a bearish open,
just
basically
happened.
straight open drive down. Um, two big rotations lower, and both of them bought up pretty aggressively. Not hard. It's hard for me to just kind of go with that momentum. It's kind of out of my playbook. So if I was in NQ right now, I would need something to give me like a little like micro pullback in this range.
Yeah.
Did you crash your computer?
Yeah, I was trying to load my charts, my long time frame stuff, so we could actually like
Mm,
talk about that area, but it's loading, and I might have crashed Ninja trying to load everything at the same time. So we'll see. See if it gets loaded here. But I mean, you can kind of see this is that 6690s low that I was talking about, and we'll get all my fun stuff that actually loads here in a second. But this was that spot going back to October 22nd that I was watching for this morning to potentially give us at least a temporary bottom,
yeah,
especially after the violence that we've seen the last few days, going back to Halloween. Like, I could see us pausing here. And I think someone said this is a similar area, depending on if you're looking at SPY or if you back adjust, don't back adjust. This was kind of where the 50-day was also sitting.
mm.
So
I've got an
somewhere in that
anchored
range.
VWAP from a little lower. From why is that even there? I need a better.
You can go to Leo's charts. Mine are still slowly calculating data here.
Actually, this area makes sense because the anchored VWAP from the last low. I'm not showing an NQ chart. I'm just looking at it off screen. The last swing low in NQ was basically like 23,000, give or take. And if you anchor a VWAP to it, that is currently let's see, 926. And it looks like, today's low being 889. So not far off of that, a little bit of a higher time frame, anchored VWAP.
Good morning, Stowe.
Let's
Good
see what
morning.
this
Good morning.
gold chart is. It's interesting how slow this market is. I think it's slow even when it's not slow, if that makes sense. So it's been a practice and patience for me, which is great because that's something that I'm more of an aggressive trader. I don't really have a hesitation in getting into positions in and out. Sometimes that's not for the best. So this is forcing me to slow down for two reasons. The market's slow, like the actual market being traded is slower, and I'm trying to learn the market too. So
Right.
I'm not going to get crazy here. Some pretty aggressive selling.
Yeah, this might have been another spot to reoffer. I thought we were going to bounce back into the opening range there. Yes, kind of got
Yeah.
in, went back
Yeah.
to the 5-minute mid, but my charts are apparently dead. That's what I get for trying to load my long time frame while on the stream. Just punishing me for doing it. I am over it. Let's see if I can just close this. So, Leo, what are you looking for as far as a target higher on GC right now?
I mean, really, I would be looking for at least the other side of this OR and maybe even up to 4018.
19?
Sorry, 18.9. So yeah,
Okay.
19. The other side of the V range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be an ideal world. Just bang out a 20 point, 30 point move out of here.
Okay. What are we doing here? Come on, charts. Did it work? Oh boy. Come on, charts. Chat, how we all doing? Everybody having a good morning?
We have yet to speak to the chat.
I know, I had to make sure we did it as we're getting going here, or as my charts are continuing to try to load.
Leo, are you a reversal trader at certain levels? That's a good question. I wouldn't really consider myself a reversal trader necessarily, as more I have specific areas that I'm looking to engage in that may appear on shorter time frames to be reversals, but on higher time frames are more like continuation, or also around like solid structure. I think there might be an opportunity here to talk about that in a minute with NQ, because I tweeted about this. I don't remember what the level was. It was like the 880s. We had gap
Yes.
down. Was that on Monday?
That was Tuesday, because I short up there. That was the same spot I was kind of watching.
Yeah. I'll bring up the chart. We'll just talk through it. But basically, there's a lot of different setups that I use And that trade setup was basically like we established a balance range, we broke it, we opened below it. So looking for shorts against the low of that balance. Now, on a short time frame for that day was basically trended up all the way to that 880. So taking a short there was against that day's trend. But if you look at the higher time frame picture, it makes sense for that level, that area to be resistance. So taking a short at those 880s when it was basically near high of day would have been counter to the current intraday trend, but the setup on the higher time frame was a continuation of the higher time frame trend. So it just depends on context. Stowe's taking a higher time frame long down here, or a HFT long. Is that like a you scalping this long, Stowe? Your entries seem close to the pivots on your charts. A retest on a higher time frame. I'm not sure what you mean there.
All right, looks like my charts are finally good.
Nice.
Yeah. Note to self: don't try to load your several index long time frame charts at the same time while on stream. That is a mistake. So let's see another failure up here. That 25K spot again on NQ. I really don't want to short this anymore.
Don't want to short what? NQ?
Indices. It
Mhm.
seems like, I mean,
Yeah,
for
I
the
mean
moment, that low looks pretty good, but also ES keeps rejecting the opening range, and
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, looking at that higher time frame, and I think it's important is having some of that context. Like I didn't that anchored view up I had already there was on the wrong, was on the wrong high, or the low. Now that we bounce from there, and kind of remapping my anchored view up, it actually makes sense because I was texting Kane earlier and I was like, yeah, I don't have anything down here. So yeah, it definitely makes sense that there's some buyers down here.
I just had a good laugh. The fear and greed index thing is that extreme fear again, and we're like 4% off the all-time high. So everyone is crying in the casino apparently, down 4% after a 40% run up. Classic. Uh, Hassan, I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name right. I don't see your question to me.
Is there a way to clean up NinjaTrader desktop to load faster? I think generally speaking, all trading platforms, you're gonna have like two types of charts, right? You're gonna have a high time frame That could be like a daily 4 hour, 30 minute. Ideally, you would create a workspace for that higher time frame, and those higher time frames are going to load more days, right? You're going to have more data on them. Um, and so you want to keep that workspace isolated to that higher time frame, mark your levels out, pull whatever levels you want, the context, etc. And then you have another workbook for your execution time frame. So whatever time frame you're executing from, whether it be a minute, volume based, tick based, etc. That should be its own workbook, and just have a short, I use that at 3 days on mine. So I only load 3 days in the data series, and that keeps, everything I need on the execution time frame. I'm able to load that chart very fast. And then those higher time frames, I know that they're going to take a little bit to load. So I load those in the morning before the market opens, grab context, grab levels, etc., and then switch over to my workbook that has the execution charts.
Yeah, the mistake that I just made there was trying to load my long time frame as my execution is populating real time data. Just a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean, because you also have like on your high time frame stuff,
Like multiple products with like
volume
90 plus
profiles.
days of volume and data being
Yeah,
pulled. So
like you're
just a
pulling
mistake.
tick level
Yeah.
data for those volume profiles for hundreds of days at a time.
Yeah.
It's quite a load. Hey, you're welcome. I know you use a 5 minute OR. Are you using the 820 opening? Yes. For GC, yes. So the opening range, 5 minutes, would start at 7:20 my time, 8:20 Eastern. And so I use the high and the low for that 5 minute period, starting at 7:20. This guy right here.
I'm actually going to try along here. Just going to hide under this this guy that came in at 960s. Oh, I just got wicked out of that, didn't I?
I think this is one of those spots where you have to use like smaller size and a bit of a wider stop, or
Yep.
be willing to take a couple of stabs.
Yeah, NQ is kind of whipsawing like 15 points.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I didn't have a great entry, but I also didn't think we were going to do that. Dang. I think
It's
this is
just
going
like
to
when
go.
the volatility is so high for just like randomness.
Yeah. I mean,
you have to account for that.
even on ES, we're like 20 and 30 across the book right now. Like that. Yeah. This is, it's a little illiquid. Nick and Leo, yesterday was a huge trend day. Do you guys sometimes enter before market open and just hold on till the end of the day? No, I don't. I've never historically been a good trader at doing like very good at doing that in general, holding trades for a long period of time. So,
Yeah, me
example, yesterday I was short 58 15 or 68 15s in ES, and I covered in like kind of was all out in the like 96 to 90 range. Kind of trailed myself out, and in theory we waterfalled another 50 points. So, or more than 50, excuse me, like 60 65 points, whatever. So there was plenty of meat that I could have still taken on that trade, but still ended up having a nice day. And for me, like that's fine. I'm not going to beat myself up too much because I still had for me, what is a pretty, like a very good day that I try to replicate constantly. So it's just, it's also that mindset of, days like that, I mean, we haven't had a good day like that probably since what, Leo, April, like during that volatility where
Yeah,
we had that kind of range and that way, that kind of two-way action. And it was like a
right.
quick reminder yesterday that like there are those days that it makes sense to kind of press and stay at the desk and keep trading a little bit because volatility's high, the volume's high. Um, so yesterday was a day you could have taken advantage of. I just happened to kind of hit a big first trade and then really didn't do much. Was trying to do stuff in the afternoon with Stowe, and I think we were talking about that late flush that we were trying to see in the indices. But for the most part, yeah, I'm just not good at holding all day.
Oh, I think he's getting a bit of a bid here. Or sorry, GC.
Hmm.
It seems like GC is one of those markets where you really have to just kind of lean on the levels, um, with just a slight hint of context from the overflow.
Yeah.
Whereas, NQES, you can really lean on the order flow a little bit harder. And
Thank you.
that someone said, is this a good low? And we talked about it
We
potentially
thought it
being that,
was.
but it's just like now we're right back at these. We're right. Seems like the test is here, but this would be a good long. I would take this long here.
Mr. Nick, can you reply in French? Unfortunately, no. That is not a
There's
language that
one
I
thing we can't do
speak.
is speak in French.
Yeah, apologies there. I used to be pretty decent speaking Spanish, but that's gone. That part of my brain has left the building at this point. I took like 5 years of it in high school and college. I could get by. I could hold a conversation if someone spoke slowly, but now I can't even remember words and grammar. But I think I mean I know they just got absolutely walloped post earnings, but I think Jim was talking about a Duolingo, an app he was using for Italian. I've yet to download that and actually see it, play around with it, understand whatever the hype is, at least around the stock.
What stock?
Duolingo.
Oh, is that moving?
I mean, it was a lot of I was seeing a lot of very
Wall Street bets type stuff.
Wall Street bets types option plays over the last, year. So it was
Mhm.
good to see even a beat on earnings was just punched in the face so that
Yeah.
I could stop seeing degen call buying for that kind of company just, yeah, continuing to be posted. I mean, we held that 900s
Yeah.
again. ES just
Definitely would
not
have
as
bought
weak
that.
though. I was hoping to potentially get another chance to long 6690, but didn't get down there. It gamifies language learning. So that was something I saw someone write this up, and it basically was like, this is a glorified educational mobile game. Like that's how it was kind of described that I was reading it. And I was
Duolingo
like, yeah, like it kind of makes sense.
for kids.
No, for adults, because obviously you
Interesting.
pay for languages and things to learn.
Mm.
It's like basically just ed tech with a mobile spin on it. I guess that was the
Duolingo's a
bearish thesis of it.
helping you learn enough passable Japanese to get around and eat. Interesting.
That's kind of cool. I got to play around with it though, because you know, I, I want to be like Jim and learn Italian. Oh, NQ, are you going to hold this? Somebody else just puked 400 there and 9/10s. I don't know. Leo, I feel like you've been sitting in this gold long forever.
Too long.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, since 8:30
the
almost.
speed has died in that product right now.
Yeah. And now all of that waiting, it's going to come back to me. Well, that's the process of learning.
Well, here we go. NQ new low.
Yep. Let's see what we got here in GC. It's not the best look for GC here. I mean, all the way back to overnight, higher, lower
Yeah.
highs, lower lows. But I would still buy more. I would add to this position normally.
Is your
I'll go
order
into-
flow DOM going to be available on NinjaTrader charts?
Oh,
Soon. They're working on it, guys.
there will be. I think there will be. We will come out victorious on
Yes.
our efforts
They are
to
actively
get a.
working on it.
It will be third party. Um, don't know anything about anything other than we have direct input on how it's going to work. I'll say that. Or Flow Dom or GTA 6. What is the GTA 6 joke?
Okay, so Take-Two, who owns Rockstar, just announced yesterday that they are pushing back the release to November from springtime next year. So a year from now, we might have GTA 6.
Do you play?
I mean, I have not played video games in a while.
Okay. I don't
But that
either.
was one where they probably were going to get my money just because I have had played all of those in the past.
I gotcha.
So I would have somehow found time, but I wasted enough time, even pre marriage and things like playing Red Dead Redemption and all the others too. So
Right.
I mean, I used to play games. It's just as you get older and have a family, it just gets significantly harder.
Oh, duh.
Until I mean, unless you're like you have a little boy that's kind of getting into
That's
it like
kind of
yourself
where
and
we're at.
can
Yeah.
relive the fun.
Yeah, I got that wheel for the Switch
Oh
and
yeah.
we have Mario Kart, so we were playing that. And he got mad at me yesterday because I bought the wheel because he thinks the wheel made him lose. Was making him lose. Yo, like this is fun. It's so much fun to be able to control just by steering.
He's
It was funny.
that's good. I will show. I mean, if my kids do want to learn video games, play Mario Kart, I will show them no mercy. I tell you that much. I mean, at this point, NQ, I'd love to see you just head down to 820s to 800. Here's that 6690s again on ES, but I don't know. I don't love the rejection again.
Are all the Bears going to be out this weekend?
Oh, probably. I didn't see enough for me to think that this
We got a 5% pull, 5.5% pullback in NQ already.
I know, but like everyone was still very bullish. So I was like,
Mm.
it didn't feel very capitulatory of like everyone has flipped bearish. Which I mean, yeah, another continuation day today could definitely start turning the tides, especially when you see Nvidia down another 3.5%, kind of selling off that after being up over 200s. So I mean, all the Mag 7 Apple's still somehow green, but everybody else is selling off today. Is 10% down legal? No, I'm pretty sure that we're not allowed to do that anymore. I guarantee the shutdown will be over before that happens to give us some sort of a reflex pop.
And they're really testing my patience here with these retests of my trade.
NQ, NDX for order flow labs, I believe you need the order flow edition to use it for that. There's the puke. I mean, we're still going here. Dang. I guess next area I'm watching is like 77s on ES. Oh, Cooper, your feed is all bared up. Yeah, I guess mine isn't just yet. Like I said, I'm sure it'll get there this weekend.
They touched my stop. Touched it. Tickled. I think I'm just going to go ahead and, oh, they got me. All right. Well, we'll get a chance to reset here. Really puking it a little bit. Damn, they really took my stuff just to, might just get back in this. All right, we'll put 2 on here. Same idea. Just playing off of this level. They did make like a little bit of a poor low here. And I don't really mind trading against poor lows. It's probably counter to a lot of market profile gurus. But what I am going to do is if we get another point or two of a pop, I'll just sell cover 1 and then just kind of have it where I just have the same kind of runner back on. All right, so now I'm out. Gonna pay for this trade again. Um, so can't be disappointed about that opportunity there. Get out of that trade. So I put 2 on. I paid for it. If my stop gets taken out, it won't cost me anything. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to step away for a quick second.
Step away now. Get some Limp Biscuit going up in here. Oh, you were talking about somebody else? I gotcha. I love it when a trade works just efficiently, right? It's kind of like had a plan, got stopped out, didn't really change, like that stop out didn't really change much of the picture. I love trading against poor lows or weak lows. Um, so just jump back in with two, take off basically like the stop, for so essentially I had a runner I got stopped out of and I was able to put that runner back on risk free. And this is not how I normally would trade like NQ. But I'm just learning this market. So for me, some of these, looks are just a way for me to build that screen time and that understanding of how this market moves compared to NQ, the one that I normally trade. So it's good to be able to get, some base hits and some trades in. Putting risk on is important because that keeps you engaged. You don't want to, I think you should trade a new market in sim for a while and then, start to flip over to being putting some risk on. Feels like I've taken every trade this week. It's gone for 500 points. Nice. Can't be mad about that. Is there education videos you can use in the volume profiler or the best way to ask questions here on using it? Um, so Painting the Tape is a podcast that we started about 2 years ago that we restarted. We did 2 episodes on volume profile. You can just click in Spotify, just search Painting the Tape, or on Apple Podcast. Also, on Sunday, the site will be fully loaded with my playbook, which is already there, Stowe's playbook, Nick's playbook, and XYZ's playbook, and we all talk about the volume profile pretty in depth. So there's 2 resources. And then a third resource is on the Order Flow Labs YouTube channel. My good friend Job does a 2-part series on the volume profile as well. So those are 3 incredibly great resources, totally free, and just as valuable as something, that someone might charge you for. And so there you go. Is your order flow DOM, the buy sell, going to be available on NinjaTrader charts? Um, do you mean the limit bid and limit offer, or what do you mean when you say buy sell? All the streams that we're doing live will be on Illustrator Live. The red and blue indicator? I'm not sure what you mean, honestly. Are you talking about this delta profile?
DS going to make another low here.
It shows the buy and sell numbers. Is a good pull stack going to be available? Yes. What we create will be the best. I'm excited for it. It's only a prototype right now. I'm, talking with the developer, day in and day out. I know the more excited you guys get for it, will probably help him get some motivation. I have heard of other softwares, yes. We will pause all questions on the top because just we'll have to wait until it's fully ready and I have more information. YH made a Limp Bizkit song for you above. Really? More likes absolutely gets more faster development time. And we're only at 343. I mean, what the heck?
Order filled.
420 likes for 420 minutes until completion. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna tell our developer how excited you guys are. And he's probably watching now. I don't know. He might be sleeping. He's PST. But I'm gonna make sure he knows how excited you guys are for it. I've been begging him since September. Just so you know.
I'd like to see one more.
What are we doing in a queue here, Nick?
I don't know. I want to see it down to like 810s,
We're just
800s.
making.
It's just like
The next
slowly
area
dying.
that I actually have would be last month's value low. And that is
And-
not until 685.
Oh, well, yeah, I see that too. Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah, it's just been like a slow death grind here since we failed again at 25K. Just keeps edging lower.
Somebody sold 600 lots or sorry, I correct myself, 1,400 contracts into the lows in the S at
Mm-hmm.
us. Right at 680, 680s. They're still going. The momentum has left gold and moved in the indexes, and I'm totally cool with that
It would
because
appear so.
I prefer to trade the indexes. So if that's what it takes, guys, I am happy to um to be the leader in making the markets move again. I will bite the bullet and trade a slow market for a week for the indexes to start moving again. The catalyst was Leo. Yes.
Yes, it was. Everybody can remember that.
Don't forget it. So we did a podcast yesterday. No,
A
Wednesday
few days ago.
with Kane.
We did.
So on Sunday, we're going to put out the podcast with Kane, the revamp of the Penny the Tape site. So you guys will get everybody's playbooks out there. It's all ready to go. Kane's, tells a bit more about his story from his trading and, just kind of learn more about him. So that was fun. Generational lows are in. Next stop, 8,500.
Got
Hey,
Tom
man.
Lee in the chat.
Hey, man. Norseman, you did predict this earlier, vol moving from GC back to the indexes. 100%. I got to give Norseman credit. He definitely said that because I was creating a gold chart book, that gold would stop moving and the indexes would start moving again, and he's 100% right.
Mm-hmm. And the name of our podcast is Painting the Tape. You can just search Painting the Tape on Spotify, and you should be able to find it. We're just hugging these lows right now.
I'm just waiting for gold to get on the move.
It's not going to.
Come on, Nick.
It's dead. I caught the only volatility in it this morning, shorting around the opening range highs. I guess.
It's only a podcast. Yeah. Go back to NQ. I will.
Yes.
Now that the vol is back, I'll go back to NQ and the vol will die. This is how my life works.
Yes. The holiday rally will start, and we will just slowly start
The
drifting
slow
back up
grind into the holidays.
until
Do you remember
Christmas.
though 3 years ago, Thanksgiving, was it Black Friday?
Oh yeah, the Thanksgiving massacre.
Ooh.
That was glorious. Trading used to be more fun, and then someone discovered that selling volatility was a very, very profitable trade. So it got less fun for the last few years in stages.
Yeah.
Wondering if this
Right,
guy
it is
selling
starting to
who sold
push.
the lows down here is. Oh, there we go.
So Nick, trend days, which we kind of have a bit of a trend, I would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Safe to say we got a bit of a trend down here. Um, do you find it hard for yourself as the way you trade to jump on these moves or keep trying to, buy a catch a knife?
Trend down days, I tend to play better because I do tend to play both sides of the tape. I just feel
Mm,
like when we have trend down days, like you get better bounces to kind of re-offer at
mm,
versus a lot of the time I feel like when we trend update, those pullbacks are significantly more shallow and it's a little harder to want to jump in when it's like the only pullback is like a touch of like an anchored VWAP from some swing low or from the opening range or something. It's a little harder for me to kind of buy the highs when the pullback, let's say on ES was like 4 or 5 points. So I struggle on those type of days, but like a day like yesterday, a day like today, when we get some pops that I can sell again, like I will still play both sides of the tape and I can do it pretty successfully. Just suck at trend up days. They tend to be much slower. Is that it? Is the low end?
mm. You always ask yourself, right? Because you know that's coming.
But I was kind of, I wanted to see like 8 10s. Come on. They got me a little early. No, I think that's a decent spot. Let's see.
Gold's finally starting to move. We got a 10
Order
point,
filled.
Ooh.
10 point trade here.
Oh yeah, look at you. Look at your trade moving.
That was weird.
Popping out of nowhere, bro.
All right. Let's go gold. Let's go.
Back on these lows.
Hey, Nick, I can buy it if you need it
Stop
to go
filled.
lower. Just send me the gains.
Uh, I mean, I think we're gonna go a
It's
little
lower.
lower.
It is lower. It is,
Stop
in
filled.
fact, lower. Yeah, I have a hard time with trend moves, honestly. So the best thing I can do for trend moves is just sit out. Sit out and wait for that trend to end.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually there's a jump. Um, there's a trade you can jump on. Now, I'll caveat that. Trends like what we're seeing now, where NQ from 2507, 5,000, 25,007, straight down to 812, straight down 200 points.
Yep.
Um, I have a hard time jumping on that. Now, if it rotates and gives clean entries to short, like as continuation, which it really hasn't, I can jump on those. Usually, a very strong trend is going to generally have like these shallow, very, very shallow micro pullbacks. And that's what you're seeing on Nick's chart. Um, the play, if you recognize that you're in trend, an aggressive trend, and there's many different ways you could say those requirements or those there's many ways that you could come up with to quantify that, but indicatively, price action on these trend moves is going to only offer you shallow pullbacks, and that's trend up or trend down, right? Um, really strong trends just don't really give you the opportunity to get in without being, like short the low or short 15 points off of the low in this example. I actually talk about that in my playbook on, basically price action. And it's kind of neat to see that, play out and talk about it on stream.
Well, if they were going to bounce, this is the spot I was kind of watching on NQ because we're back to like the October 22nd low. But we'll see. Seems like sellers are still motivated. Someone puked 1,200 lots there at 75.
Yeah. I would at this point be on, like personally, I'd be on guard for any longs. I'm not saying, Nick, I'm not criticizing you for like wanting to look for an entry.
Order filled.
I would wait personally for this trend to show signs that it's kind of over.
Right.
That's just me.
No, there's much safer longs than trying to catch the knife down here.
Yeah.
Like you could easily, if we got back over 880s, like that's a spot where we probably could rotate, back inside value. But we'll see.
Oh, gold's testing this OR mid here at 06 or 07. 07.
Nick, percentage base, what is the difference you have with trading versus old tech corporate job? What do you mean exactly? Nick, what size you use on ES, size volume? 1,500.
That's the other thing I got to figure out on gold is, like the vol bar sizes. I'm using 200 volume right now. NQ is still knifing.
Yes, it is. Ugly, ugly, ugly.
All the way down. Okay, so an important area for me on NQ would be 24,740 to 24,698. That range would be
Order filled.
a very extreme area. If you get down there and find a bit of a pause in the market and you see some buyers down there, that would be an area that I would be willing to take a stab at.
Yeah, NQ just still going.
This is beautiful. I love this. I love it. The pullbacks are good for the market. You got to give the short sellers opportunity to eat too. But it definitely is good for the market to see this. When you guys refer to volume, is the volume based on contracts? The number, let's see. Yes. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out what you meant. How far can this go before they hit the breaker? Well,
A lot.
a lot farther. Let's see. Yesterday's close was we can go 7.5%, right?
Yep.
So you could go to 23.4, roughly. That's back of napkin math. CME
Mhm.
will post those levels. There's a way to find them on CMA's website. But the answer is you can go a
Lower.
lot lower before before any circuit breakers come into play. I
Yep.
mean, this is a very small, 2% down day. That's you know, uh, in the standard distribution of down days, it's probably within range of like a pretty good, it's probably on the edge, right? But not on any extreme. See, time for a bounce is overdue. Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that I ever did when I was trading as a beginner is thinking that a market has gone too low or too high.
Yep. I mean, look at it. I mean, I know we on a long enough time frame, we always are just going up, but look at just the absolute ferocity of the move off the April low, like just straight up. And there were several times during that rally that I felt, okay, we got to pull back 2%. Like we can't keep going like this. And we didn't. It just kept going and going and going. And it kind of defied statistics of like how of a rally that went, over 20% without like a 5% pullback. It was in the very much the outlier days since making that low. But here we are. Eventually it does correct.
Yeah. Failed support creates the best stumps. I would agree.
Yeah. I mean, we are 6% now off the all-time high in NQ.
That's good.
Love it.
Good.
If you're bullish, you should be happy.
Yeah. You get more opportunities to buy this thing.
Yeah. It's just like slowly drifting down here, Leo.
Some buyers here in NQ.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty aggressive.
Bro, that 800 guy's still there.
Well, they sold the ore mid in gold. That's good to see. I actually reran the stats for the 5-minute mid trade, Nick. I don't know if you
Did you?
I did.
For just gold or just
Yes,
everything?
it's just gold.
I never read it on gold. You sent the thing. I guess I didn't look. It
I'm
was,
gonna
yeah.
I'm gonna do a full write up this weekend
Oh,
on
okay.
it.
Nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
What's
had noticed since I started watching it that it did provide opportunities
yeah,
off that mid. I just didn't have any data to back it up. It was just something observing
right.
over the last few weeks. Oh, here come some buyers.
See, and that's, when, at what point, it's funny to say this. At what point did the market go up when buyers came in? No, but it is like something's changed right here, right? So like prior to any other time frame, and until now, nobody was really buying the market. But in those 84s, you said, "Hey, there's buyers showing up," and they were pretty aggressive. So that's what you would look for, if you were looking for a counter trade. You want to wait till the market participants who have been basically absent show up. We need Stowe to chime in and tell us he sees a good looking bottom. Were the only short stats successful during this huge uptrend too? That's actually when they became more, the velocity of the P&L was better on the gold run up on the short trade. Oh man, Italian guy, that's super nice. I don't consider myself anything but just a trader. Yeah, it really is interesting. It really is interesting what some of these stats that we pulled from that 5 minute mid trade. What do you think, Nick? Is this a buyable low here in NQ yet?
I mean, it's possible. I don't love this rejection or ES having trouble with 77s. It's still one of those where it's like you want to see like a big push in NQ, and we have the Euro close here in 9 minutes, and London's been short since they opened, so maybe we'll get a little pop off that. I don't know.
You put one on its quadruple six. Nick, what volume chart do you use on ES? You said 1500 for NQ.
1500 for ES,
1500
500
for
for
ES.
NQ.
500 for NQ. Look at this. So look at this gold trade. Let's go.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
That's a better push. There you go, buyers. Brenton, is there another vote on the ending the shutdown? I have no idea.
Yeah, I think at this point I'm just gonna hold for a new high and maybe just cover on a decent break.
So, and you got kicked out on that and then re-entered, right?
Yeah, I did. I got back into scaled out one for like 2 or 3 points, and just kind of like paid for the stop out essentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's really starting to go. They left a poor low, behind. I was telling the chat how much I love trading against poor lows while you were away.
I don't even know what a poor low is anymore.
So you want to know what a poor low is? It's
Oh,
basically
shit.
just a bunch of equal lows that have not been breached and reclaimed yet. And it's also something that frustrates the hell out of me. So there's that too.
I just love that I can have Stowe trade with us at any time by
Yeah.
summoning the clip.
Nick has a button for that.
They don't want to give me control of buttons. Okay.
See if we have enough momentum to get us to the V range.
Ooh, that's still going.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to try a long again.
Oh, they found them some sellers. Found some sellers. I'm gonna go ahead and exit this trade.
Order filled.
Nope, we're going lower.
Whoa!
Nice trade.
I was hoping it would just go to the V range high, and I could just, there's a trade in OFL. We tag the V range to V range trade because this does happen like pretty frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Not only in gold, obviously, ES and Q as well. But I'll take the 18 or 20 points I got out of it and be happy with that. Thank you. Appreciate it. The Stowe daily equal lows. That's funny. See if I can. I'm gonna try to build a little NQ and chart in this same workbook here.
Stop filled.
Save as. See what happens when I do this. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna try to load a gold chart, or sorry, an NQ chart, so we can start trading both.
Does the buy delta 24 830s failing look bad for longs? Yeah. All those guys not having a good time right now.
Oh, weird. It's not giving me the levels. Bummer.
All right, Euro close coming and going. So see if anything happens here. Still just slowly drifting lower.
Huh. Guess I'm having an issue getting those V range levels to populate here in NQ. Somebody to go yell at. Okay, so we'll go to index. Cool. We got a damn, it did go to the V range. Oh well. Wish I could get that message. Okay.
75 guy on ES still reloading. Oh yeah, he's still sitting there. The one thing about today, I guess, compared to yesterday felt a lot faster.
Order filled.
Would like to see a better low at 66.60. You may get your wish.
What did he say?
He was looking to see a better low potentially at 66.60s.
Oh, gotcha. Just remember the level, the magic level. I don't like to use the word magic. The level of interest for me starts at 739. and then Q here. Control horizontal line 7 here until 98.
Here comes some buyers.
98. So this would be the area of interest. Definitely would be willing to put on some risk down there.
See if we can push through. Use 830 guy. And then Q, which probably would give us a nice violent move back up towards the initial balance low at 880s. Oh, nope. Somebody just stepped in big time. Ouch. Every time I think buyers are going to get off the mat here,
They don't.
they get punched in the face.
Yeah. It's pretty aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Like whoever that guy was again on NQ around 820s just was not happy with having to sell more. Just very angry. Hate sold that.
Let's see if we get down there. We'll play ball if we get down to 40s. I will.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a good day of giving it act like $400 trying to catch some logs down here. So
Yeah.
we'll see if I take another trade. It's Friday. I'm supposed to go to the zoo today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's at the stage now where she's very like observant. And we kind of want to do that. We've got my wife's cousins in town. So we were going to go do something, get outside because the weather's actually like perfect here before it starts getting super cold again next week. Nick, every time I think somebody's going to climb the ladder, someone pushes them off. I know. You expect buyers to do something, I guess, because of the last few weeks, few months, that somebody's going to step in and buy this dip so far. But no, we just keep slowly drifting lower. I mean, it's hard to want to get too long when the semis are getting killed. Tesla's down 4%. Like everything is red.
Yeah.
You got the VIX up at 22. So it not shocking. You just got to be head on a swivel though for something like NQ ripping 100 points before a reoffer comes in.
Man, they really sent gold.
Did they?
What a
Oh
pike.
crap! 40 30s. Look at gold. Dang.
Whoops. Sorry, guys.
I mean, I guess
there was more on the bone there.
I guess yeah. This sell in equities maybe puts a little fear bid back into the old precious metal.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen like a violent bid during RTH lately, even with this sell down that we've seen. You haven't seen gold buyers show up again. And they've had plenty of time to accumulate in the 3900s.
Yeah.
Over the last week, too. Daniel, cold here in North Texas. I mean, our fall, like the middle of November into Thanksgiving, it'll start getting down in the 30s in the morning. And then it doesn't get really cold here until like February. But yeah, our fall here into Christmas, it can get cold around December, end of December, but for the most part, it's 50s, 60s, and sunny here, and then cold at night.
Mm.
Yes. Gold is moving because Leo said he's going back to NQ. It was
Order
actually
filled.
insulted that you decided
Yeah.
to throw up an NQ chart
It
today.
must have been.
It does a hold my beer move post take profit after that.
Yeah. There's a lot of selling here in NQ. I think we're gonna get down to these 40s and they're going to make me take a stab at a knife catch. I'm not saying I'm going to do anything yet, but she's getting spicy.
I mean, I see ES rolling down towards 55s. I mean, Pax's next 15-point rung is down there 52 from the opening range. So
Mhm.
definitely could get more continuation.
This is indicative of a little bit of exhaustion on the sell side here. I wouldn't be sold on it yet, though.
I don't think I'd want a long here. I'd rather wait for a nice violent puke a little lower.
I agree. Give me those 740s.
Yeah, like if they bounce here, they bounce here, but it's not the low I would be looking for.
Zoom out a little bit here. Just a straight knife down. And they really did puke it yesterday into the close, didn't they?
The last 2 days,
Yeah.
Stowe and I were on when that was like that weird consolidation in ES as NQ was kind of making new highs.
Mm-hmm.
And then NQ sold off from the 880 spot again.
Yeah.
I got shook out of shorts up there because it just looked like nobody was doing anything. And I'm like, this is a time where I'm in this short for an hour. And then eventually the last second, they're going to pop it and stop me out. So I'm like, I'm just going to exit this for a scratch. And then it liquidates. Yeah, we got a 300 and 380 at 750s. Somebody wants to party down there.
That
Is that you?
No, I want the 740s, but I think we trade 750s. We'll trade 740s. I think, the kind of flush through it, and maybe that'll give us a little bit of a bit more of an exhaustive look than what we have now.
Order filled.
You guys are already calling for a Santa rally, huh? All right. Gold found a bit of a wall at 35. I don't feel too bad now. Don't feel too bad. Oh, 400 likes. Is it enough? Is it enough to get the Ninja Trader developer Dom creator excited? TBD. Quick question. How difficult was maybe not to develop your patience and disciplines to allow being flexible on days like today? Like some people say, stay with the flow. Um, stay with the flow. How difficult is it to develop your patience? Well, I think it's not for me as much of a patience or discipline thing as it is just sticking with um the trade style and setups. And currently with this type of activity, I don't really get anything. Like I don't really have a methodology except for, you know, shorting these little micro pullbacks, but it's just not like something that I've done well. So for me, I've learned through pain of, losses financially, trying to be a hero at knife catch or just in general, making enough mistakes to build a process that takes my desire to, catch a sick low and ride it for hundreds of points away. And so through that, I've just kind of, it's not like I'm stronger mentally or have the discipline. It's just that it's like ingrained in me as through life's lessons of trading. That's it. We are trading on Ninja Trader. Your VWAP question above? I don't think I saw it. I mean, now we're negotiating likes for answering questions. This is Spencer. I didn't see her. I'm trying to find it.
Oof. That dude at 75 is still angry on ES.
Oh yeah, yeah. So if you put the VWAP tool on, it's going to tell you anchored VWAP. So if you see in the properties of the VWAP tool, you'll see it says anchor marker diamond. So what that means is that when you apply, you click OK, and you apply that study to the chart, it's going to, it won't plot anything until you put the diamond marker. So what you do is put the view up study on the chart and then go to drawing tools, chart marker, and then diamond, and then place it. And it should draw the view up from that anchor point. Maybe even I did it wrong. I might not have the right file
Order filled.
on my system, but that's how you work it. You just add the diamond indicator, or you can even change, um, you can change it from diamond to something else. It allows you to do that in the properties panel. How many points does
Order
my normal
filled.
DOM show for NQ? 40. I have a really tall monitor though. Not ticks. It shows 40 points. So where do you put the diamond? You put it at the anchor point. So like if you wanted to anchor it to this low, you would just place your diamond at that low. If you wanted to move it, you could just drag it to a different low or a different high.
Thoughts on prop firms, good or bad for traders? I feel good if you're not churning and burning them and just like blowing a bunch of cash that would have been better served waiting until you're more comfortable trading, like learning on a sim, learning, um, trading micros with a small account and just trying to build it respectively and capture points rather than trying to capture a lot of capital. Otherwise, once you kind of feel like you kind of know what you're doing, like yeah, there's no I have no problem with anyone using it. Everyone knows. I think I got a lot of my skill set and initial kind of starting capital from trading props, but you can very easily fall into that trap with the wrong firm or just with you trying to get payouts as quickly as possible, where you could just fall into the revolving door of continuing to just blow money on evals and resets versus actually, you know, learning how to trade so that you can effectively trade your own money as well. So I use them still to this day for additional leverage from my personal. But over the last couple of months, I've really been focusing on kind of growing my cash account as it is because I'm trying just to get better at that because I want to throw up more size. I want to capture some wider moves, hold trades over the night, swing trade micros, things like that. I'm trying to get back into stuff I did when I was working a 9 to 5 and had income to fall back on. So I'm kind of getting back into that now.
And we talk a bit about that on we talked about that with Kane.
Yep. I
You
do
told
sit,
his part of the story there.
I do think we need to give it a full hour one of these days.
Just dedicate an hour to it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
there's a lot I think to dive into on the space that we
Right.
can attack and talk about and dissect.
Frank, it'll be out on Sunday. Stowe's already done the editing, so just getting it out there into production.
Yeah, GK1, I agree. That's really where it comes down to, using it as additional leverage or using it as a way to have some skin in the game without risking a ton of money. It's when you start just every day resetting accounts and you're trying to pass them as soon as possible or trying to work to a payout as soon as possible and you just end up spending more money. Like I said, that'd be better just probably being thrown like $1,000 and potentially into a cash account and just trading micros because you'd probably have more respect for it that way. So I think people go through those cycles. So don't love this low
Yeah, I was actually thinking about taking a short right here at 800.
on NQ. That was gross. I kind of want to take it on yes with leaning into the 75 guy that is still there.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's give it a shot. Oh, whoops. Because I copied this chart over from
Wrong bracket.
wrong bracket.
Oops.
It's like a 2-point stop. That's not going to work.
Nothing will ever top the 15-point stops in March and April that were immediately ticked because I was trying to build into positions with micros and I'm like, this isn't going to work.
This is just a scalp kind of. It's the idea here is to actually run these lows, and it's for me, it's going to be kind of right or right out kind of trade. So I'm not really going to give it room. Just a quick looking for this quick dump. 'Cause, 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 I'm going to cover it there. Take 25 points off of a little quick scalp. If I had two on, I would take one and hold for lower. But I'm just trying to maximize that one lot trade. And just really using this, the volume profile here comes into play like quite a lot. In addition to kind of how weak this low looked. But you start to see some of these wicks, building here at the edge of this volume node, right? You have a very thin layer of volume
Order
here.
filled.
We're starting to build
Order filled.
like a distribution of volume. And so when we pop up to the upper edge of this distribution, given the context of the day, more of a trend down, seeing that start to reject at 06, just kind of jumped in and looking for this continuation. So that's the explanation on that one. Not every trade needs to be a banger, a home run, but 25 point, 30 point trades stack up. If you define your risk to reward well, then I think it's worth it. So we are getting that push lower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
They
75
got the
short would have
50s.
worked.
Oh man,
Got
that's
50 guy.
500 lots there.
Yeah, there's another 300 sitting at 63 on ES.
Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Is Jim coming on to sign us off, or are we signing ourselves off today?
That's a good question. Oh, I see Jim.
Oh, Jim's out there.
Yeah, I see him in the green room. I'm sure he's gonna come in here soon enough.
I would still watch the 740s to 700s area. I know it's a big range. If you're short, I think covering into that is probably smart. But if you find yourself some buyers down in these 740s, it could be an interesting long. I would need to see something pretty convincing to take that trade, but
Hey, Jim.
oh,
Hey
gold did
guys.
yank. Gold did yank back. No, that's good. What's up, Jim?
Nice puke. My God.
Happy Friday, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, this is grim though, I think.
Yeah.
It's still just like there was no catalyst, just a very orderly sell-off.
Yeah, this is a pretty, my next stop here on the downside is 66.12 for the yes.
I've got here, and one level lower would be last month's value area low at 84. So 684 would be the other. In this range, it's, if we see buyers show up here like we are right now,
Yeah.
I can make an argument for taking a counter trade here, but I'm not going to jump on that quite yet. There are some buyers showing up here, though.
You're a braver man than me.
No, I'm not going to take it. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if I wasn't on NinjaTrader Live right now, I might take it. I definitely tame my inner aggressiveness from time to time when I'm on the show. So
Yeah, and it is a Friday, and every once, a couple things, every once in a while on a Friday when you have these big trend days back to back to back,
yeah,
folks do want to kind of take profit.
yeah.
And then what if lightning strikes and we get a deal on Capitol Hill?
No, I mean,
Um,
yeah, this is the only area that I would be long from.
yeah. So I don't
Stop
know.
filled.
It can go either way. So Gold is surprisingly steady, just north of 4,000.
Yeah, I got a nice little trade on gold. Took it from 91, covered covered at like 420 something. I don't remember the actual price I got it out, but maybe it was like 416.
Yeah, I hope this volume spike in gold. I hope, right now gold's traded at about 138,000 contracts. In the micro gold, if I could find it on my screen, oh, here it is, 295,000 contracts. So there's a lot of trading going on in gold. And I know a lot of it has to do with the recent activity, but hopefully this sticks and we get that liquidity sticking in this market. It's a great market to trade.
Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. It's taught me a lot of lessons already in 1 week. Um, I just started to trade this market, so
Yeah.
it's been fun.
Awesome, man. Very awesome, man. Well, listen, you guys did a great job this week. Appreciate you being here with us today on a Friday.
Yeah,
Ninja
thank
Trader
you.
Live. Everybody hit that thumbs up again. Don't be shy. Just hit it again. Well, no, don't hit it again. I'll
Don't
turn it
hit it
off. If you
twice.
haven't hit it yet, hit it. In any event, subscription button is right there too. It doesn't cost a penny. Just click on that, baby. That's we had a great week, guys. Really, really appreciate you guys. Plans this weekend? Either of you?
You know what? I always just check with the boss.
Yep. It's usually a good rule of thumb. I'm gonna be cooking a little bit. I'm making meatballs, making sauce, have people coming over. So
Nice.
other than that, we'll just be laying low, but hanging out, eating good food.
Good. I'm glad. Well, you guys relax. You worked hard this week. Monday we got some stuff. Is Monday the finals? You guys know? I should know the answer to this.
No, I think it's the week after.
It's the
Week after,
17th.
right? You get a rest. You get a rest week. It's like the Super Bowl, right? You get that playoff, then you got that off, and you're gone.
Yeah.
Like it, like it. All right, you guys. Well, listen, you guys enjoy yourselves. Have a great weekend. Everybody, great community. Thank you for participating in the chat. Thank you for listening wherever you're at and however you're listening. We greatly appreciate that. We had a great week. Next week, we're going to also have a great week. Dahlia will be back, and we're going to get back to business. So until then, especially because this is going into the weekend, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We will see you soon.
Thanks, Jim. See you, chat.
Thanks, everybody.
Order filled. 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 Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Stop field. Order filled.